Tiger Nation, D.I. Love family, Guard the Yard crew. Listen, this is Coach O, your assistant head coach of JSU football. I had to bring in a special guest today to help me relay this message to you. We are less than how many days, though?
90.
90 days. We're less than 90 days away from kickoff in Atlanta, Georgia. ABC, your Tigers gonna be live. But guess what? Before we get to that point, we gotta take care of the vet first. We're gonna fill up our stadium before we fill up somebody else's, right? So this is what I need from you. I need you to go do what, Zoe?
Get your damn tickets.
Listen, we sold over 6,000 season tickets last year, but this is your homeboys now. I'm from Jackson, Mississippi. The head coach is from Macomb, Mississippi. These are people. And we are in the building ready to rock and roll. So Zoe, what do we need them to do?
Get your damn tickets.
Today, tomorrow, money order, check, cash, it don't matter. Just go to the vet and purchase
your mother tickets.
Guard the Yard. Can't wait to see you this fall. We got 4 homecomings. 4 homecomings, not just one. Be there for all of them. Let's go.
What up? What up, everybody? Happy Friday, TGIF. What's good? What's good? What's good? Y'all go ahead and smash that like button. Smash the like button. Smash the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you are not a subscriber. It's TGIF, man. Welcome to the live stream hosted by yours truly. I'm Ken Clark. They call me KC1400. It's KC1400 Media Group. Zoe will be on shortly. It's going to be an action-packed show tonight, man. It's going to be really an action-packed show tonight. We're going to have quite a few folks come on today. We got a lot to talk about, a lot to unpack. I'm ready, man. I've been looking forward to this show all day. Yeah, that's right. Fuck them people. Y'all just going to have to, all my elders, y'all just going to have to close your ears tonight because I ain't got no filter tonight, man. So, I'm sorry, but we're going to try to keep it as professional as we can. Nevertheless, I got a lot on my mind, man. Y'all know how I get, man. Happy 4th of July weekend. But before I get started, I want to do this right here, man. I want to send a very, 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 very special happy birthday today to my beautiful 7-year-old daughter, Miss Harper McKenzie. Yeah, that's right. Harper McKenzie. Love you, baby. You know how for all the parents out there, that's my baby, man. And I got older kids, 2 older daughters that are older than her. And this little young girl, man, she I feel like I got it right with her. You know what I'm saying? She's like a perfect little kid, man. So just a wonderful day for her, man. And just she's my why. My kids are my why. My family is my why. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just telling you, man, like, but I just want to send a very special happy birthday to my baby, man. And I'm gonna, daddy gonna get in his bag tonight for her. Yeah. So feel free if you want to donate. If I make $1 tonight, I'm gonna make sure I buy her a toy. You dig? Absolutely, man. So first thing up, man, I want to, the 85 Tiger Show, brother. I appreciate the support. Proud of you, man. Proud of what you're doing, elevating into that next level. I see you out there, baby. Hey, I see you out there on LinkedIn, baby. We ain't gonna reveal nothing. We don't get down. We don't play around on the LinkedIn side. You know what I'm saying? Not at all, y'all. We don't play around like that, man. So, nevertheless, bro, proud of you. I see what you're doing. Just keep up the good work, man. We're gonna keep it onward and upward, man. So appreciate you for the support. You guys got to understand something. Membership. Become a member, channel member. We need the support. I'm asking everything. I'm doing everything but begging. I'm borderline. I'm close to it. I'm egging you to become a channel member. So anytime I see a channel member out there, here's why channel memberships matter. This channel is a little different than other channels. We don't put out a lot of videos. Videos make a lot of money if you have the right audience, if you can do it. But we've streamlined it to a few videos here and there, and but mostly we're getting active on the live stream. And I got my brother Torrante Day.
What up, Chief? How you doing?
Torrante Day. What's good, TD?
Man, life, man. Even when it's bad, it's good. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man, hold on. Whoa. Ain't no such thing as a bad day. You know that, right?
But just like I say.
Hold on, let me tell you why.
Okay, why?
God said it was good and very good.
Right.
So let me tell you something. We got to get out of this. I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about me. Ken got to get out of this self-centered mindset and thinking that the world revolves around him. Okay. So in order for me to say today was a bad day, that means that the day would have had to have been dedicated and centered around me. So what happened is some things might transpire that didn't go the way I might have wanted them to go. But see, that don't quantify or qualify for it to become a bad day. And I'm going to tell you why. Because if something don't happen the way you want it to happen, see, you can't see around the corner. He can't. But see, you don't realize that tribulation that you might have had today could be preparing you for a bigger mission.
All right, now.
It's a great day.
Uh-huh.
You understand what I'm saying? Somebody had a good day today. So who right, who wrong? I say it was a good day. It's all good.
I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah, no, I ain't correcting you. Shit, we all had shit.
I mean, I didn't have a bad day, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I'm recovering from some gruesome workouts, man. My body has gone into sore mode.
That is a phenomenal mode. That means you're getting stronger,
right?
You're getting faster. You're getting thinner. You know what I'm saying? It's all good, baby. But you walked in right in the middle of me. I just say I appreciate the 85 Tiger Show. What are we doing with the revenue from this channel? Somebody might ask. Ken Harden out of revenue? Hell no, he ain't. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got to the point yet where we can sponsor all the travel for every single body. But get what we will do. So far, what we've been able to generate, we're gonna make sure everybody's lodging is covered in the football season. Make sure Toronto, Nook, you know what I'm saying? We got a flight for Rochelle. We covered our flights and got an Airbnb down there in Miami. So the revenue is important. So if you can become a channel member, please do. We need the support. Thank you, the 85 Tiger Show. Next up, Lynn Harris. Everything that I just said to the 85 Tiger Show, we welcome you. We appreciate you. We thank you for your channel membership. And whatever level it is, I don't care if you're bronze, silver, gold, platinum. You don't even have to tell me, chat. I just want to thank those that have decided to become a member, whether you're renewing, whether you're upgrading, or whether you're a first-time member. Every single dollar of that, y'all do know YouTube take their cut. You understand what I'm saying? Because we do use their platform. So every dollar that comes in doesn't stay with the platform. It goes, 35% go to YouTube, and then they give us whatever left over. You know what I'm saying? But the channel membership is greatly appreciated. This platform is going to do some big things. I'm just telling you guys, we are at the ground level of KC 1400 Media. It's going to be a completely different. We're gonna redo the background. We got some sponsors. Shout out to my brother Tim Poe and out there. I see you. Appreciate the donation today. Working on something to bring in their business. You're gonna start seeing some logos pop up on the screen for some sponsorships. Shout out to all the silent sponsors that support this channel and this platform, that give us a vehicle and a highway to do what we do. And we're gonna continue to come to it. We obligated to come sit down every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, every time we can. And like I said, Zoe will be on later, maybe Rochelle, Nook. We got Brother Seeley gonna come up today. Hopefully, Brother Jerome come on today. We got a lot to talk about today, man. We got a lot to talk about. And last but not least, Javon Williamson. Brother Javon, thank you again. 3 members in a row. Come on, come on. If we got any more out there that want to become a channel member, I know we can at least get up to, we can get 10 of y'all out there. It's Friday, man. It's the end of the month. So this, for all the folk that get paid twice a month, somebody got paid today. Well, I know y'all got a little something, you know, become a channel member, you know what I'm saying? And I say it like this too, and then we'll move on. We appreciate you, man. We really, really, really do. We really, really do. So I'm gonna scroll up. I don't know who in the room because I went to the other side. I blocked everything out. So yeah, Austin, what up, baby? Kobe, what up, baby? What's good? What's good? Coach Beef in this thing. Shout out to the coach in the conference. I don't give a damn what them haters talk about out there, man. Put some respect on my boy name, man. Stop playing out there, putting that work in, man. And coach, they don't know what's coming. They don't know what you're building. They don't know the foundation that you're laying. They don't know the team that you're assembling. See, the problem is when people start trying to put their mouth on folk and they don't really know what's happening, you're a little incomplete. See, you're incomplete. I can help you with your hate because I can tell you a little bit more of what's going on, and I can help you beef up your hate. But in other words, fuck your hate and fuck the haters. So I'm gonna segue into something that I got to say because I feel like talking tonight. This platform is 100%, 1,000% dedicated and designated to cover Jackson State University. That's it. There's one Hillman, one JSU. I stand on that. It's JSU versus everybody. Let me tell you why. So for all you little silent, closet hating ass fans or whatever you want to call them, all the folk that run over to the shows that be to the folk that be hating and they like all the posts that be bashing JSU and you kick in, you ha-ha over there in the rhetoric that's designed to shine a negative light on JSU. I don't know how to cipher through it, TD, because I can't see it. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take Brother C. Lee's approach. You understand what I'm talking about? This is FUBU. This is the FUBU channel, right? This is for us, by us. You don't like it? I don't care if you don't like it. You understand what I'm talking about? You come over here, this is for JSU. We covering JSU. We ain't covering HBCU. This ain't no HBCU kumbaya channel. I ain't wishing no ill will on nobody, but I'm drawing the line in the sand. I'd had enough. This is 1,000% for JSU. You don't like it? Now, for all those who like to keep JSU in their mouth, I got a challenge for you. Challenge day. It's what they say. It's challenge. I got a challenge for you. Hold on, TD.
Okay.
I got a challenge. I challenge all these folk to stop talking about JSU for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. This is WTD. don't say nothing about JSU. And then come back and let us know how your channel do. I ain't gonna tell you to do it much because you might have to go to, you might starve yourself out. I'm gonna just say 2 weeks. Give me a 2-week period. Give me 2 weeks. Tell me what it looked like.
Dad.
I'm just saying. I guarantee you. So this is my position. This is my position. If y'all need us to keep your stuff rolling, then what the hell I look like going over there talking about that and participating in that? This the play. JSU is the play. I don't care if you don't like it. JSU is keeping the lights on. You should send a donation. You should become, there is a day of giving that is coming on July the 14th. And all you sapsuckers out there that be hating and be doing all that rhetoric, now I ain't singling nobody out. I say that for everybody. Put some on it. Shout out to my brother First out there.
First.
Put some on it. I never done. Put some on it. Stop hating on us. You owe Jackson State everything you got. I challenge all Jackson State members. I challenge all Jackson State alums, all Jackson State fans, all Jackson State supporters. Please stop patronizing the rhetoric and the foolishness that's out there that's designed to shine a negative light on JSU. You have everything you need. You understand what I'm saying? To get fed in from the right sources, from the right places. You understand what I'm saying? It's a lot of good content out there. So that's all. I think I said. I'm only talking about what come to me. You understand what I'm saying? And I just was like, I just all I do is chuckle and shake my head. But what I will say is this right here, especially on the like, are we not reading the room? Do we not see what's happening right now? Oh, yeah, we're going to get into this affirmative action stuff. We're going to get into this. We're going to get into the importance of voting. Why, we heard people say, man, oh, man, Donald Trump wasn't as bad as he said it was. Y'all think the surface stuff, because you was able to get a PPP loan, you was able to make a quick little come up. See, that's what's wrong with our community. See, our community is too busy focusing on the benefits of themselves. It's a selfishness. While the other communities are busily focusing on building up their community for the greater good of the actual culture. See, we do individualistic stuff, but guess what? There's strength in numbers. We proved that on this channel. CD, I'm sorry, bro. I got to play this video for me one more time. I'm gonna play it one more time.
Go ahead.
I got to play this for y'all. I want y'all to read the words. And if you don't catch it the first time, I'm gonna run it back twice. Here we go. Now, what am I talking about? When we talk about college athletics, we're going to get into that. We're going to get into that, TD. But here's my point. Okay, fine. You want to overturn affirmative action for something that don't pertain to black folk? White folk the Asian folk let a few white folk get behind them and gas them up to attack the brown folk. Okay, what we made? What, 2% of the folk that was really getting in them schools anyway? Mm-hmm. See, we got somewhere to go. All it takes, Tamonte, is for our top athletes to stop going to PWIs.
That's all.
That's all it takes.
That's all.
Listen to me, man. If our top athletes stop going to PWIs, they're going to get some act right real quick. And Brother C. Lee, he going to come up. We're going to talk about that. We talked about that today. I'm going to post him a hold up. If you have a JSU degree and freaking over platform other school, you are an embarrassment to JSU. I second that notion. I third that motion. And listen, I fourth it too. I'm just trying to tell you. He here today. We got a lot to get into, man. Y'all get them likes up, man. It's going to be a good show tonight. Listen, I'm just getting started, baby. And hey, listen, and I ain't going to stop there. Before we go any further, I know I said happy birthday to my sweet 7-year-old. See, 7 is a sign of perfection. I got a perfect baby, Toronte. Do you hear what I'm saying? I have a daughter that is perfect. You understand what I'm saying? 7 years old. I love my baby. But there's also another birthday. we got somebody that we're gonna dedicate this show, tonight's show to.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna dedicate tonight's show the greatest Jackson State football coach in the history of Jackson State athletics. And he goes by the name of W.C. Gordon. We want to say a special happy birthday to the late, great, legendary W.C. Gordon. Birthday today. We love him forever.
Oh, man.
We salute the Gordon family. I did not know that my daughter had the same birthday as old W.C. But I just want to say he's gone but never forgotten. The greatest coach to ever grace the sideline at I Love Jackson State University. The GOAT. Happy birthday to W.C. Gordon. And we want to send a special shout out to the Gordon family. We love you guys. This show is dedicated to you guys because of everything that this man stood for, 1400 J.R. Lynch, the change that he was about. You understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about not just a coach. You see what I'm saying? Athletic director. He was a pillar in the community. He put the greatest stamp on JSU athletics, I would say, in the history. If you had to think of one figure, though, when it comes to JSU athletics, I think W.C. Gordon would get a resounding first ballot vote for a representation of Jackson State and what it stands for and what we have been able to pride ourselves on. But today is a special day, 6:30, born in 1930. You know, the old ball coach would have been 93, and we just want to say, hey, we're gonna dedicate this show to him. And hey, I got
your daughter too.
I done already covered my baby. You know, I had to cover my baby first, dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to tell you. But anyway, I just wanted to we're gonna go ahead and remove this. We'll come back to it. But I just wanted to start there and just send us a very special happy birthday to the late great the GOAT, W.C. Gordon. W.C. Gordon,
the inventor
of the block.
The block, man.
Hey, this was was he at lunch? It was a lunch with a napkin.
It was on a napkin.
It was on a napkin. So we're gonna turn our James around today, and we're gonna rock the blocks today for W.C. Gordon, the man, the myth, the legend, the great, the GOAT. Yes, sir. We're gonna show them blocks today, man. So if you got a hat on, if you come on the stream tonight, if you got a hat, show your block, man. Show your block JSU for W.C. Gordon, man. And just what a special figure he was. In 1976, I was in health and education class. Yes, W.C. Gordon taught a class. You that gum right, he did. So I'll pause and I'll yield to that. But what folks don't know, though, is that he started this. He actually designed the block that we look at right now on a napkin.
Yep.
Anywho, I'll pause right there, bro, and we'll proceed, man. Got a lot
to cover. Man. What's happening, Ken? What's happening, TD? What's happening, D? I Love family. And yeah, man, shout out, happy birthday, Ken, to your little princess.
Thank you, brother.
And yeah, definitely want to say happy birthday, man, to the GOAT, WC, which stands for Will Cut Gordon. The originator of the block and the implementer of the red.
Hey.
You have a color because Jackson State official school colors now are hence and forevermore navy blue and white with that Gordon red accent. And man, just happy having the birthday to Coach Gordon and the Jazz man. And yeah, man, appreciate you. And man, I tell you what, man, when you knowing that it's his birthday, when you talk about Coach Gordon, yeah, you talk about the legacy. You talk about creating a block. You talk about bringing in the red. You talking about being a head baseball coach and head football coach at Jackson State.
Absolutely.
And then also you talk about winning 8 SWAC titles. You know what I'm saying, in 11 seasons. You talk about all the NFL draft picks that he had. You talk about beating Grambling as much as he did, beating Southern as much as he did, beating FAM the few times that he did when we actually lined up and played against them. And And actually being
real cut, won't care. We'll call
your mom. And also beating Tennessee State. I mean, his record, man, was impeccable, you know. And even in his worst season, which was his last season, he still a year. Why Jazz, man? Self-explanatory. He had over 1,000. According to him, he had over 1,000 jazz albums. He loves jazz music.
Yep, favorite genre of music, and he was smooth, man. He was a sharp dresser. It takes you got to go back and catch the episode of Tiger Talk with the 1400 Club. His son was on there, and he basically just talked about, you know, his dad was an amazing dresser, and he just loved that. He wanted that touch of red. He was a Cleveland Browns fan or something.
Yeah, I believe so.
And just felt like it was gonna make it pop a little bit. You know what I mean?
You know what? And we have the same approach, but he just worded it different. You know what he was trying to say is our colors are blue and white, so what we needed was a contrasting color.
Facts.
But he didn't use that term. He called it tricolor.
Yeah.
Like having a tricolor, but basically he's saying the same thing. We need a contrasting color. You need something else in there to add some splash to it.
Kobe, it's your birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday early, bro.
Oh, that Kobe, happy birthday, man.
Birthday, Kobe. Man. I heard him announce it.
All good, man. So yeah, man. I guess we can keep
happy early birthday, Miss Scott.
Hey, Ken.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I also want to say,
let's go, brother.
My mother's birthday was my mother's birthday was yesterday. She would have been 64.
Oh man, happy birthday to your mom, man. We didn't know.
Birthday to my Dukes.
Yeah, man.
Oh man,
she's always with us in spirit, brother.
That's
and,
right.
She did a phenomenal job raising an amazing son. I know she's proud of you, bro.
Oh, Ken.
And
I was going to tell you because TD's talking. You know, we never did tell the world TD was in that thing looking like he's the fifth member of Jodeci at the event.
Who yeah?
Looking like he about to say, who yeah?
Hey, listen, I got it right here. It's coming.
Yeah.
Hey, TD.
Y'all should have seen TD.
TD jumped out
there with that brim to the side, man.
Ooh, yeah.
That brim had that gangster lean to it. He was smiling at you, happy. He felt good too.
Yeah, man.
Hey, TD was living that prime moniker. You look good, you feel good. You feel good, you're gonna walk good. This joke.
We always on point, man. That was a good time.
That was a great look, man. I got the videos. You did a phenomenal job, bro, capturing. We're gonna edit it up, man, and we're gonna put out a dope video over the weekend. I promise you guys a video coming from the fundraiser for this weekend, and absolutely love it, man. Absolutely love it. Let's get through these preliminaries, and then we're gonna jump right into this affirmative action stuff, man, because I can't wait to have this conversation, and I think we got a lot to unpack and cover. Huge shout out to AD Robinson, the best AD in the game. Just want to say another 2022-2023 recap of a stellar athletic season for JSU athletics. Man, I have a file here that's a mile long, man. I can. Listen, it's a mile long, brother. I just, my gosh, bro. It'll take me 30 minutes to read all this, but I just wanted to make sure that I'll read a couple of paragraphs. I'm not going to touch on the highlights. I'll read the first three. Another stellar season concluded for JSU athletics. It was another banner year for Jack State University athletics as championships in men's cross country, soccer, football, women's basketball highlighted individual accomplishments as insinuated the last 12 months of Tiger athletics. JSU won the C.D. Henry Award as the best men's athletics program in the Southwestern Athletic Conference for this season. It was the first time that JSU has won this award since 2011, as the Tigers become the first conference team to win the award with only 7 sports, one less than the eight men's sports the SWAC sponsors. For the second straight year, JSU athletics finished second in the Commissioner's Cup standing for the James Frank Award as the best all-around athletics program in the conference. JSU women's programs combined for 4th place, finished for the Sadie McGee Barber Jacket Award, which recognized the top women's program in the SWAC. This is a quote from AD Robinson. Our student athletes continue to rise to new levels and represent Jack State University. They continue to build on tradition and blaze new trails every season. And as they elevate the legacy of Tiger Athletics, I am proud of each student athlete, their coaches, and support staff for their efforts to attain success and endeavors at Jackson State, man. So, and then from there, they broke it down. In the most recent NCAA report, Jackson State Athletics posted a graduation success rate of 90, the highest in the SWAC, and tied for the highest of all schools in the state of Mississippi. In the classrooms, JSU athletes combined for a 3.06 point average with more than 150 students attaining a 3.0 GPA, with 41 producing a 4.0 or higher. Total of 66 student athletes and student athlete staff earned degrees. A total of 6 programs in athletics posted cumulative GPAs. And oh my goodness. And I just got a text message from the man, the myth, the legend. Let me see what we got here. Oh, 88. Hey, I got this one. I just got something from Austin. I'm going to put TD on the stream, man. I want y'all to see this, man. Smooth operator, man. TD, I got one for you, baby. It's coming, dog. Hot and heavy now. I'm telling you, it's coming hot and heavy. Yes, indeed. Here it come. Hold on. Y'all give me a second. Let me get to this thing. That thing threw me out for a minute. Hold on just a second. Let me add this photo real quick. I want y'all to see TD and how he came. You know what I'm saying? Tell me that boy wasn't clean, man. Look. Hey, man. Hey, that was good. That was quick thinking, bro. Appreciate the photo, dog. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Check him out, man. Hey, he was clean, man. He was working, though. This is the crazy part. It was hot. Bro did a phenomenal job of capturing. He coming there with the fedora on. It was this head to toe. It's black and white, but trust me, y'all, he was clean, man. Love you, bro. Man, you did a damn good job, man. Check him out, man. Check him out. Mr. Toronte Day, man. You're on mute, bro. I can't hear you, man. If you saying anything.
Oh, okay. I said, yeah, man. Hey, it was an honor, man. I mean, standing between you guys, man. It was cool, man. I like that picture.
I wish I had that song. I'm a classic, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fedora tilted ever so lightly to the cool side. Like that.
Hey.
You ain't
slim with the tilted brim.
I ain't never in my life heard that before.
I say he ain't slim yet with the tilted brim.
Yes, indeed, man. But yeah. Moving right along, man. Just want to say great season for athletics. We got another commit. We want to welcome Mr. Ashton Taylor to Jackson State University as football player, linebacker from Tennessee Tech. Mr. Ashton Taylor. Corey C. Shout out to D. Corey C. Host of Tiger Talk with the 1400 Club. He has kind of put his Sherlock Holmes hat on and go,
He's never take it off, honestly.
Is this the brother of Christian Walker, the linebacker that comes in from Hoover, Alabama?
Mm-hmm.
Hoover High School. You know, the brother bad transfer. He's a freshman. I said, I would have never thought to even look. But Corey put 2 and 2 together. He like, brothers? I said, if you put it out there, he just might be. But we want to welcome Ashton Taylor, another linebacker pickup that adds. Oh, doing a write-up on him right now. I remember watching him in high school. Blue, you got to tell us, is he the brother of Christian Taylor? Come back and let us know that, bro. You probably can answer that right now because Corey was like, are they brothers? Yeah.
Hey, he was a problem. Hey, he was a problem at Hoover, though.
Pre-washed chitlins. God damn.
Hey, and I'm going to tell you, Ken, this kid is I know you're going to think it's hyperbole, but if you watch the tape and look at his measurements, he is a spitting image to Keontae Hampton.
I knew you were going to say that, bro.
Listen, he's 6'1", 195 pounds, plays middle linebacker, instinctual player. He got Keontae Hampton written all over.
I like it. I hope he got Keontae's everything else about him. You know what I'm saying? Because, man, I tell you, well crafted, write it like, yeah, I greatly appreciate it. Absolutely, man. Blue be on this stuff, man. Looking forward to that piece. Dragon 1998 said, I am from Birmingham. Shout out to Birmingham. Yeah, he is. Yes, I believe he is. Hey, for those that don't know, Hoover, Alabama, one of the top high school football programs in the state of Alabama. You got
consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. Along with what was that? Vestavia Hills. I wanted to move to Birmingham at one point in time, but that's another story for another day. Moving right along. Hey, Ashton. Hey, welcome to Jackson State. Looking forward to meeting you. We'll get you on Tiger Talk sometime soon. Again, back to the camps. Philip Short Camp, July the 6th to the 7th. Another opportunity for you to register to get a pair of them Brooks Brothers shoes, them Brooks shoes, now. YGBfootball.org.
Just dawned on me. You realize we have 2 sets of brothers on this team?
Hmm? Who the other said? Oh, yeah, Josh and
here's the crazy part. Just think, had Coach Prime not left, we would have had 3 sets of brothers on this team.
The brothers. Yes, sir. They did have a football reality TV show. That is correct.
That's crazy.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct. Ramsey High School, Birmingham. Yep. Good program right there, man. On to the baseball camp. JSU Athletics is pushing this very hard. Go to JSU to any social media page. The link is there. So if you want to sign up, you can go to JSU Twitter account, JSU Athletics, and hit that link and sign up for these camps.
Is Jeremiah Clark on here today?
Jeremiah, I think I saw Jeremiah in there somewhere. I ain't gonna scroll back up though.
Jeremiah Clark, if you are on here, I need you to find me on Facebook, IG, Twitter, whatever it is.
That's a great point too. It would have been.
You need to
if we would have got
jump in my DM, dog. Message me in the DMs. I gotta holler at you. Very important.
All right, there you go, right there. Yes, he is.
Jump in my DM. Facebook, Facebook, IG, Twitter, don't matter. I gotta holler at you.
Hey, I absolutely wish we could have got Kiwi Wiggins' brother. He would.
It would have been 4 sets of brothers.
That would have been nice. Mm-hmm. Nevertheless, it's all good. Sign up for those.
Talk about a family affair, right?
Speaking of baseball, shout out to our very own Coach Omar. Congratulations, Coach, to Jack State's Omar Johnson. Coach Omar to the left. In the middle, Alabama State's Jose Vasquez. And to the right, Bethune-Cookman's Jonathan Hernandez for being selected to serve as members of Team USA baseball coaching staff. Pretty dope, man. So
let me tell you how important this is. The reason I'm even familiar with this team being announced because guy I know his son is actually one of the best players to come out of the state of Mississippi in quite a few years. Braden Montgomery actually played for the Stanford Cardinal. He actually made the team today. They actually did announce the team today, and he actually made the team, the lone player from the state of Mississippi to make that team. And Omar is actually, we got an HBCU flavor on the coaching staff with the actual college national team. And to my understanding, it's been a long time since we've actually had this, you know what I'm saying, for the collegiate baseball program. So kudos, because it's not just, like I said, Omar. The fact that you got Omar, Alabama State's head coach, and Bethune-Cookman head coach all on the staff together.
Absolutely.
Big deal, man.
That's a huge deal, man. So shout out to Coach Omar, man. Let's keep it going. As stated on last show, Champion, the company, is offering an Ember opportunity for internship. Champion Ember is a highly involved in student life and attuned to the culture on campus. And Ember's role is to provide trend insights and provide feedback to the Champion team so we can develop a product line that appeals to the target demographic. This paid position will document real-time trends, apparel trends, graphic trends, etc., that we can in turn utilize to create product and localized graphics for the school. Ember requirements: they have to be an active student at Jack State University. They have to be highly engaged with campus life, from athletic events to social happenings, and then they have to live on campus or in close proximity. Once again, save this photo. Pause this video if you're watching it. If you're not watching it live, pause it, take a screenshot of it. If you have a student, a cousin, a niece, or uncle, not an uncle, but a niece, a nephew, a son, a daughter, brother, sister, cousin, whomever that is attending Jackson State University, a friend, and you feel like they fit this criteria, let's make sure we get that to them and put it in their hands so they don't miss out on this phenomenal opportunity. Moving right along. Next slide. Hey, the Blue Experience Welcome Week. So coming up in August the 12th through the 19th, 2023, Jack State University gonna have the Blue Experience Welcome Week. I saw that. I thought it was a dope photo. It looked like Back to the Future.
Mm-hmm.
Zoe has a special offer for those that we're going to mention tonight from the Blue Bengal Association. It's a deal that we're going to touch on. Zoe, I'm going to turn it over to you if you want to go ahead and speak to that deal. That's going to start tomorrow, July the 1st. That means first thing in the morning, this deal would be available to you. Go ahead.
Now, before we actually get into the new special that's going to run from here until the end of the month, I do have to announce that the absolute last day to pay your $300 deposit for those who've already paid is tonight. So now, starting tomorrow morning, July 1st, the new promo, because there are only 40 seats remaining on the chartered flight. So starting tomorrow, and this special will run from July 1st through July 31st, that's the last day, for the flight only, it's $550 round trip. $550 round trip for the flight only. No transportation included.
JSU Tigers. Look at that photo. That's from last year. A chartered flight. I just want to throw that up there. I got that from Coach. Thought I'd post that while you were talking. Go ahead, Zoe.
And there's no transportation included. The payment must be paid in full. Starting July 1st, all money due in full. $550 round trip starting tomorrow through July 31st. And if you need to talk to anyone, you can actually reach out to the main Blue Bengal Athletic Association number, which is 601-979-3134. You can email information at jsubbbaa@jsums.edu. Or you can call Calvin Younger at 601-940-4147 for JSU Fanatics. That's all we got.
Hey, sis, I'm going to tell you what to do. Just get your refund or you can get a flight credit. Save that for a later time.
But Veronica, bear in mind, from starting tomorrow through the 31st, it's flight only. That does not include your trip to the shuttle is packed. That's why.
Yeah,
you got 4 seats later. So this is once you get the flight there, you're gonna have to Uber or rent a car. But still, $550 round trip. But it has to be paid in full.
That's a great deal, y'all.
$275 one way. That's awesome.
$75 one way. I mean, if you haven't gotten your flight now, you're gonna get your head bust to the white meat anyway. I'm just telling you right now. You might well try to hop on that.
Premium crack.
You know what I'm saying? So. For those that are interested, BBA is offering this opportunity. I would love to get on this flight with these JSU Tigers.
Hey, you know KC 1400 Media Group gonna be on.
We got Marcus and Nook. We got Nook and Tarante on that thing.
We catching footage all over, so y'all come from.
Hey, you know what? The footage this year is gonna be epic too.
Without question.
Epic. Do y'all hear me?
Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. I got something for you, dog. I got something for y'all, baby. I'm finna drop something. I'm finna drop a Wang Dang Doodle on the show. I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble, but if the photo out there got dogged, that means that it must be available to be seen. I got a first visual of the new trailer. Y'all think I ought to show it? What y'all think?
Oh Lord, I eat too much.
So you
ate too much, man. Rushing in here, man, with the Olive Garden, man.
Oh my God! Hey, bro.
Unlimited soup salad and breadsticks.
Hey, hold on, dog. I don't know if this is the real deal. Hey, is this the for you who sent this to me? This the official joint? Oh my gosh, this is nice looking, bro.
Hey man, stop teasing.
I'm about to put it up. Hang tight, player. Ooh, we got guard the yard on that thing, baby. We got guard the yard.
You know what? I know where you got that from too.
Where I get it from?
Boom.
This is the official. No,
Boom.
I didn't get it from Boom.
Oh, okay then.
Boom showed us the actual truck. This thing is gorgeous. Do you hear me?
Not gorgeous.
Gorgeous. What the dude be saying? Gorgeous.
No, you said GAWJUS. Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. GAWD. Well, GAW.
JUS.
GEOUS. Gorgeous. Do you hear me?
Oh my God, I ate too much, man.
Woo!
Oh.
Yes, indeed.
Oh.
Yes, indeed.
That's beautiful, man.
Yes, indeed. Now that's how you put Hall of Famers on the truck,
That
dog.
is beautiful. Do you hear me?
I like that. You see that block, right? Navy blue too.
I like that it's black and white. I like that they got it black and white because they don't.
Navy blue too.
It's navy blue. Oh man, that's bad, bro. Shout out to Coach TC Taylor, man, with the guard the yard on that thing, man.
Coach TC Taylor and First Lady.
We're actually, yes, right, man. Shout out to First Lady Dawn Taylor who's coming over this thing, man. Bro, this is beautiful, bro. Wow. Hope I don't get in trouble for showing it. It'll be out there soon. Yes, indeed, man. Got to love it. Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
I feel like I don't know what it feel like, but I think I feel like my water about to break.
Don't forget your tailgate tickets and your transportation, man. Nevertheless, man. All right, y'all. We're gonna go ahead and drop this link, Brother C. Lee. Let's get it popping, man. We're gonna get on this affirmative action stuff, man. And we got to get this conversation started. Appreciate y'all for waiting through the preliminaries and the things we did want to cover. July 14th, man, JSU Day of Giving. Tonight, we're going to be very specific about who we bring up tonight. I do not want anybody to come up that's not going to add to the conversation. So have some perspective on what we talking about. What that's oh yeah, trust me, Zoe. No, you don't. It's not a dumb question. It's not a dumb question. It's not a dumb question at all.
No, that's not a dumb question at all.
Hey,
what up, OG?
Hey, brother Jerome out there. I want everybody to come up, man. Everybody want to be a part of this conversation. We're gonna be very. Let's not be long-winded. I know we have a lot that we want to unpack, a lot that we want to talk about, a lot that we want to cover. I did touch base with Brother C. Lee because I wanted to make sure that we really have the right mix on the platform, so we could really delve into some true substance on what we want to get into. Brother, appreciate you coming up as always, man.
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
Hey, brother.
OG. Loud and clear.
What's up, man? So I think as we begin with this thing, one of the things that we need to discuss is what actually is affirmative action. Because I think a lot of people get that misconstrued. And even black people. And I know sometimes we'll say some things that we don't mean any harm, but sometimes we need to understand that jokes can be misleading. Affirmative action was never just hire some black people regardless of their qualifications.
Right.
So a lot of people don't know that actually the term affirmative action, I want to make sure I get my timeline right, came from Nixon. I think it was either Nixon or someone in Nixon's cabinet said we need to affirm the action that we were taking. So there was something on the books and they were creating something like, well, how do we get more black people into these white schools? How do we get more black people hired? And so they had a policy. The problem was nobody was paying attention to the policy. Because what a lot of people don't understand is that affirmative action was about education and economics. And it was about when you apply for a college or you apply for a job, both of these entities have standards. And so what they'll say is they create like what's called a rating system or a point system. And so they'll say, we'll hire anybody in the top 20 percentile. So if you score 80 or above, like they give you all the points, you score 80 and above, you can be interviewed to be hired. The problem is that, and this was documented. This is why affirmative action came to place and why Nixon and other people, which was interesting, considering that Nixon was a Republican and all that, was that they were documenting that they constantly had black people who would rate high enough to qualify for the job, but still not be hired, or rate high enough for the admissions and still not be able to be admitted to. So affirmative action came about as a protection. It protected black people who made the grade, was able to meet the standards, and still not be enrolled and not be hired. That's what affirmative action was. Go ahead, Zoe.
No, I just want to. I'm doing this for a reason. I'm gonna let you finish because I know you're gonna knock it out the park. But to add on what you just said, I want to put in the word mandate.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I'm doing something with this. Yes. Mandate.
Yes. And to Zoe's point, so a lot of people, they talk about, well, affirmative action was about quotas. Well, the reason affirmative action was about quotas, going back to that statement from Nixon or Nixon's cabinet, the reason the quotas got started was because the federal government essentially said, if black people are going to consistently score in the top 20 percentile, and you still won't admit them to their college, or you still won't hire them, we have no purpose but to demand a quota. That's where you got the quota. The quota was because, and here's the thing that they don't get. Before affirmative action, there was also a quota. You know what that quota was? No black people. Zero.
Right.
White people had a quota.
So we mandate.
Yes. So the mandate was that since y'all won't hire black qualified black people, right? Since y'all won't hire, it was under Nixon. It was under Kennedy, but it was the Nixon cabinet that came back and said, we need to affirm the action. And that's where you got the mandates and the beginning of the quotas. Because after the Kennedy administration started pushing for it, it was basically a policy with no teeth. Like it was a policy with no consequences. And so after Kennedy, administrations after Kennedy were trying to say, how do we put teeth in this policy? How do we make sure? And that's the problem with the Rooney Rule. You got the Rooney Rule is you got a policy with no mandate. You got a policy with no teeth in it.
Right.
And so job policy.
Exactly. Like so you can't enforce it because there's no consequences. So that's really what affirmative action was. It was, how do we protect? Now, here's the other thing about affirmative action that people need to understand as it relates to, of course, mandating and making sure that you have black people.
Dragon 1998, tonight is your show. It's the show you got to come up. The link has been pinned. I want y'all to come out of the chat tonight if you're gonna add substance to, because I don't want you to get don't try to put it all in the chat because it's gonna get lost in translation. So come on up. You don't have to be on camera. We know who you are. So for those that want to come up tonight, as long as you're not a troll, you don't have to be on camera. As long as you come, we want to hear your words. So go ahead, brother C.
So now let's go back to that 100 to 80, like that 20 percentile.
Uh-huh.
Now, in working for, I taught at Jackson for 25 years. I've lost track of the amount of letters or recommendations I've written for students, either to go to grad school or to go get work. Here's why that's important about writing these letters of letters of recommendation. When a school or a job is hiring somebody, they hire them based on multiple traits. GPA transcript being one. Creativity being another. Right? Extracurriculars being another. You widen it out to colleges, legacy being another. Right? Believe it or not, geographic locale. So for instance, if you're from the South and you apply to say UCLA, you actually may get geographic locale points because they know that you being from the South will bring something to their institution that somebody from California won't bring. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So when you talk about then, let's base it all just on GPA. Nobody has ever done that, and here's why. Let's go back to that 100 to 81. So let's say I score 95 in the percentile, and Brother TD scored 83. But Brother TD may have geographic points. He may have extracurricular points. He may have a lot of other points where the company or the college will look at Brother TD and go, this guy's more well-rounded than McInnes with a 95, because all McInnes has is a 95 on the GPA stuff, but he has nothing else to show himself as a holistic scholar. Mm. So those things that we're talking about in affirmative action is how do we create a system that holistically measures everyone. Now, why is that important? Every time a company has got in trouble for doing something, particularly something offensive, it was because they didn't have somebody in the room to say, don't do that, that's stupid. Nobody wants Juneteenth ice cream. That's offensive.
That's correct.
They do something that's offensive to women. Why? Because you didn't have a woman in the room to go, that's offensive.
Yep.
They try to target the Hispanic community for some kind of sale or something, and they didn't have a Hispanic in the room to go, we don't like that. In fact, the data shows that the more diverse your executive officers are, the more money you make. Like, that's an irrefutable empirical fact.
Facts.
So the dismantling of affirmative action actually doesn't serve any purpose other than limiting the pool of creative thinkers, particularly from the standpoint that without diversity, as the stats show, you tend not to reach a wider audience.
It's educational Jim Crow.
Yes. And that's the thing, not just education, because what this decision does is it's not just about education.
It's going to be about
it's about everything. Everything that's connected. So it's also related to government contracts for minority-owned businesses.
Trust me. That's why I said I want to go somewhere with this when I use the word mandate.
Exactly. So that if you are an engineer and you have an engineering firm, the government usually sets aside about 14% contracts for engineering for minority engineering firms. Now they're going to be able to say, well, that's a race-based project. Let's get rid of it. Let me give you another example. For the past 22 years, I have been teaching in the summer at one of the most successful advanced enrichment programs in the country. I didn't say in the state. The Jackson Tougaloo Heart Study Program is designed for the top 20% of African American students in the Jackson metro area. Your child, your 9th to 11th grade child has to be in the top 20% to even apply to this program. Like, we don't even look at you if you're below that 20 percentile. Well, that program was designed to increase the amount of Black people going into the medical field, particularly doctors, but then also nurses, healthcare advocates, right? Students who participate in all 3 years of that program, we have a 90% ratio that they get full scholarship rights. We also improve ACT scores from 2 to 5 points. That's a lot. People think 2 to 5 points. So if your child got a 21 on the ACT, that's either a 23 or 26.
Huge difference.
Now, check this out. That's a CDC. That's a federal CDC mandated program. But because the goal of it is to work to ensure that we get more African Americans streamline the pipeline into the healthcare profession, now that's a program that can be targeted to be ended, despite the fact that it has empirical evidence. So GA, that's going to be really interesting because this ruling specifically started with state funded agencies, and so the question is, and that's why I say we all want to be careful when we read the opinions, right? The dissenting opinion and the affirming opinion, right? You have to read those. And so the question, GA said, Brother GA Price, is if the Supreme Court is saying that no awards can be given and it doesn't specify state, then that means that those military academies might not be exempt. So you're going to see a lot of more lawsuits. You're going to see a lot more appeals, because the way it is written, that people are going to say, well, it didn't specify state or federal. It just said no awards, no admissions, no jobs can be based on race. Go ahead, Zoe.
One thing I want to add, you made the comment that it says it doesn't separate between state and federal. Watch this. Play on words. Southern states. Southern states are designed to prevent black and brown people from advancing everything known to man, right?
Yep.
Because we typically do what? Have to bypass state level anything and go federal. So the mere fact that we have, in my opinion, and Cedar, you correct me if I'm wrong, since the Civil Rights Bill got passed, this is the first thing we've actually had reverse that put things back to a feeling of being in the 1960s since then. Because this is the first thing that we've had that's going to make you feel like Jim Crow since the 1964 Civil Rights Bill.
Well, I will only add that the other thing was they gutted the protection aspect of the 65 Voting Rights Act. So yeah, so this and the ending of affirmative action. So the gutting of the 65, and for people who don't know, the most powerful part, and this is again about consequences, the most powerful part of the 65 Voting Rights Act was states, because this goes to Zoe's point. If the states wanted to change voting district, they had to get approval from the federal government.
Yep.
When they took that provision out, now states don't have to go to the federal. So that proves Zoe's point, that now states don't. So the gutting of the Civil Rights Act and the ending of affirmative action basically is creating de facto apartheid.
So the other part that I add to that, and this is the thing that really gets under my skin, is that I've said this, I mentioned it on Doc Show, and I'm saying it now because I say it every day. I'm not gonna say black people, black and brown people, old, young alike, we move around day to day as if racism don't exist. We act like race doesn't matter, and it's a main de facto in everything that's being decided on every day. It's at the forefront of everything. But yet we walk around as if it doesn't matter. I'm telling y'all, people aren't even enraged enough to my liking about this. I don't think people really understand the magnitude of what just happened. We have the feeling right now as if like Agent Orange isn't in office, so we're going to go ahead and fulfill everything because, again, his whole thing were to come in, it had nothing to do with what he wanted to come in and do. He did his job. I'm going to change the Supreme Court, and then everything else will go from there. So he did his job, and now it's like we don't need him in office. We can go ahead and get done everything that we need to do. So I'll make this last point, Ken. So the thing is just the reason why I bring up a federal mandate is because affirmative action started with what C. Lee said, but then it actually morphed into other things. So, for an example, affirmative action applies to really anything, even on your regular workforce. When you look at EEOCs,
right?
Again, you have states' rights. Most southern states are what they call free at will to work states.
Yep,
you lose a job for anything, right? But you know, one thing what your saving grace was, whether your job was unionized or not, was that you can always do something where you can have an EOC complaint. That's federal. That's not state. That's gone now. That's over.
Yep.
So I'm telling you, you might want to look into for real, the policies on your job now. Oh, this affects everything.
Yeah.
Like there is no cushioning now. And you know how we tend to pop off at work and say what we is and what we ain't gonna do. You don't have any rope now.
Right.
I hate to use that analogy, but you're done for.
This is why we're trying to build our own thing right now.
You're done for.
I'll pause on that. Brother Jerome, welcome to the stream, brother. Appreciate you for coming up, man. I'm gonna let
thank you
here real quick.
Hey, thank you, brother. Thank you, brothers, for having me tonight. Just two quick caveats. Sealy, I don't know if you discussed the loophole that Harvard University found within the Supreme Court decision. It was actually within their statement. Have you discussed that yet?
No, we haven't. We haven't. That's good. Yeah, that's a good way to go to. Go ahead and go to that.
So Harvard University, they issued a statement, and in part it stated that the court also ruled that colleges and universities may consider in admissions decisions, in quotes, an applicant's discussion of how race affected his or her life, be it through discrimination, inspiration, or otherwise. They ended the quote by basically stating, we will certainly comply with the court's decision. So there is a loophole within what happened yesterday, and I'm sure Harvard, as all universities across the nation, will, of course, utilize that to ensure its diversity and inclusion overall among the campus remains where it is, and of course, improving it. Another caveat, Sealy, I don't know if you discussed how this, of course, impacts historically Black colleges.
No, I was going to come to that next, so go ahead and kick that off.
Go ahead, Jerome.
We can't
hear you.
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yep, there you go.
Okay, so a lot of discussion on social media over the last 24 hours has surrounded around, HBCUs need to build more dorms, HBCUs need to increase its capacity. I wanted to pose that question to you guys, and what are some solutions to what we can do in anticipation of this possibly increased, applications? What can we do?
So Zoe, because Zoe got a great comment, because I know Zoe's coming. So I want to go before Zoe, because Zoe's going to speak directly to that. But here's what people don't understand. Although this is directly or mostly going to impact PWIs, HBCUs actually do get what's called race initiative funding, anywhere from 5 to about 15 to 18%. So they are going to be able to target some funding that is, say, race specific. So if you got a one of those title program grants, and that title program grant is based on some kind of race initiative, that is an initiative that can be denied to you. So HBCUs are under the risk, some of them in losing from anywhere to 5 to 15%, and a school like Howard, because DC is not a state, the majority of government money it gets is federal money. And so a lot of this is also designed to target federal race initiatives. And I can tell you, going back to the 90s, that there were congressmen who would move the line item, the federal line item money that Howard would get. Some of them would try to move it to try to close Howard, to make sure Howard, and now they're going to be trying to look at those line items because they're race initiatives. So I wanted to put that up there, that we are at risk of losing some funding, because we do get funding that is race initiative. Now go ahead, Zoe, because I love the other part that Zoe is going to add to this.
No, the one thing I was going to ask more so to make a statement is, if we really look at the big picture, it's almost oxymoronic, right? So we want to look at, because I'm a half glass full kind of person, but it's kind of hard to have that prism when you sit there and say, okay, I hear some people say, well, yeah, we're going to get an uptick in enrollment in HBCUs because of the kids who couldn't get into these other prestigious schools. But then I retort back on that and say, well, so we really think that the very same government who just turned around and took away affirmative action is going to do something to actually benefit us with the influx of students? Because last time I checked, as I'm talking to you, state of Mississippi, going to shortchange Jackson State, Valley and Alcorn when it came to the Ayers case. Tennessee State can't even get all their money. They get pennies on the dollar from the state of Tennessee. Fam, you got students suing the state of Florida right now.
Right.
And that's why we're talking, and that's during this whole thing with the repeal of affirmative action.
Yep.
So we can't sit here and think that the federal government is taking something that's going to directly affect us, but in turn, with the influx of students, is going to sit here and say, yeah, we're going to do something to benefit you. Because guess what? Like I mentioned earlier, stateside, the state of Mississippi has denied Jackson State on three separate occasions to approve for us to have our own water treatment facility on campus. And yet the federal government came in and intervened, knowing we're in a water crisis? Of course not. The government came in and gave money to the state of Mississippi to give to Jackson. What does the state of Mississippi do? They prevent that money from coming here. And so in the same vein, we're going to sit here and think that they're going to do the same thing to benefit us while we have students coming in that were influx of students for HBCUs. No, it doesn't work like that at all.
Well,
so I want to ask, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, like, to your point, Zoe, to add to that, like, you have to look at what's been put in place. This has been a few years in the works. When you started appointing these, we knew this was coming down the pipe when the justices were being put in place and they were given lifetime, you know what I'm saying, seats in the Supreme Court, right? So now this is the byproduct of what we've already kind of seen. So to Zoe's point, I like what we lead to, because I want to get all this out of the way, because I'm gonna jump into something because this is gonna make Jerome's point. Because I'm telling you, what we're gonna eventually wind up getting to tonight is that we're gonna have to participate in our own rescue at this point. We're gonna have to do it. So Jerome, I'm gonna come to you, but Rochelle just jumped on. What you got, Rochelle?
Hey everybody, I'm liking what you're saying, because for us as a people, and I'm gonna say this again, we got to go back to the village. They never gave us nothing from the start, and we did it ourselves. But I'm a Jerome and CD, y'all can come in on this, but I still think this is bigger than just us, because white women benefited.
It is a white woman thing, but I ain't touching.
This is what I'm saying though, is that it is affecting us, but I'm trying to, this thing is so much bigger than us. It's really about that part of affirmative action that no one is looking at.
But
and I said it off, but what I'm saying is that I'm gonna say it offline with that. But that this other part with all of us, I got that. But I'm telling y'all right now, I've researched it and I've been looking at it. The person that benefited the most, and even though that was it, you can Google this all day and see it. They benefited from this board and editor. So the question still should remain, and to ask the question, if they benefited the most, and you can Google this all day, why are they taking that away?
Can I answer that question quickly?
Hold on. Let me go, because I'm going to do this. Do you really think that because they took it away, that same entity is not going to benefit from it?
I don't think so. And I can tell y'all why. This is big. Let me tell y'all something. I have been for about 10 years. And this is what I mean. By 2044, there will no longer be a majority race in these divided states of America. You can Google that too. And if you look at the things that they have been doing right now, this is about them trying to get their numbers. They've always said they hated that white women worked. When I tell you, I'm telling y'all, they want white women to go back. When they say go back to the 60s, they just talking about us.
I'm with that. I'm with the
but I want to answer Rochelle's question though. I want to answer a question.
Okay.
Here's the answer to your question. If you look at the last 20-year voting patterns, particularly in federal elections, white women,
yes, sir,
let me be clear, white women, an increasing number of Black Christians have been voting against their own better existence.
Yes.
So
Black men on top of it. Black men voted for Donald Trump more than any other person.
So the answer to your question is, Rochelle, is that enough white women have been voting against their own self-interest.
Correct.
under this guise of what they think is a Christian notion, which is really white racists using Christianity as a shield for their white supremacy. I'll shut up on that. But that's why you're not hearing a lot of white women, and not when I say not a lot of women, you're getting enough white women who will vote against their own self-interest, just like you'll get enough black people who will vote against their own self-interest under the cloak of misguided Christianity. I'll shut up.
Brother Jerome.
Yeah, so just kind of wanted to circle back, and those were really a great question, Rochelle. Wonderful answer, Celie. I wanted to piggyback off of Ken. He mentioned we need to save ourselves. Two quick points, and I definitely want to get you guys' feedback. And this kind of loops back to Zoe when he stated that, of course, these folks are not going to give us the funding, et cetera. When it comes to addressing our housing, I think I mentioned before, there are multiple organizations that provide, the student apartments, and they'll come and they'll build the student apartments around your campus. Most PWIs do that en masse because most students, of course, no longer want to live in traditional style dorms. So that campus, they allow the university to take in the additional revenue for increased tuition. But the first 3 years, of course, that organization controls that property. And then after the 3 years is up, they release that property back to the university. So that allows the university to grow its enrollment. The second option or solution, Jackson State is really, of course, pushing right now to increase its online capacity. They're really pushing that to the non-traditional student. I'm seeing various commercials, across the timelines. I feel HBCU as a whole, that's going to be another solution that we will have to utilize for this increased, season of applications that are going to be coming in, increased interest from a lot of African-American students. How do you guys feel about those two solutions? And do you guys have any additional solutions on how we can save ourselves?
So let me jump right in here real quick. I'll start with something that Zoe and I had a privy to a conversation with a coach. And I just want to shout out the investor who is, so I just so happened, because I've been looking into this personally, you know what I mean? I've been looking into property around the Jackson State area. Zoe know where I'm going with this, because when we talk about what we're trying to do, we're not just talking about small initiatives. We're not just talking about just doing media or things that directly benefits us. In this conversation, we do know that I ran across the actual property that was a multi-unit property that I think was, I want to say eight bedrooms. Not to get too in detail with it, but my point is we find out that this particular investor, it's an amazing property. It's actually right on the campus, but it's around. So you had to, you're on mute, by the way. There you go. And what we were told is like, so what will be happening with some of this will be some of those particular properties. And I think there's the development of 2 additional properties that's similar to that, which is going to directly affect some athletes that are currently either taking up some housing somewhere on the campus or they're somewhere else. So it's going to be things like that. You know what I mean? And then the other conversation, the other part of that was this. There is no buttery way to put this. There's going to have to be several conversations where there's going to have to be the community is going to have to, we're going to have to create a table for those to come and have a seat at the table. And we're going to have to be intentional about having conversations with investors, those that can invest, those that are in the industry, those that can make an immediate impact. And it may be at the expense of us being able to contribute and not directly benefit from it to the level that which we want to do it, because we're doing it on the premise of trying to save our own or to add to something that's going to create a solution. For example, I'm using us as an example because we've done some small stuff that's turned into big things, but you got to understand the vehicle that we're using, we're not benefiting from this. You understand what I'm saying? What the benefit is, okay, you know that we did it. Okay, the platform and they talk about it. Ain't no money. I'm still working full-time jobs. Those still working full-time. You see what I'm saying? So it's not a for-profit type thing, which is where the nonprofit, and it's not just that. But to that conversation, not to get too lost in that, our problem, and this is from a coach. Our issue is not that we don't have great figures doing great things, Jerome, Brother C. Lee, Rochelle, TD, and Zoe. Our problem is we're disjointed. We're disconnected.
Amen.
I got a link. I got a link today. Shout out to Whitley, by the way. Whitley sent me a link in relation to NILs. I bring this up for a reason because we think that it's not a lot of these PWIs is not just on us. They get a lot of funding that comes in through TV deals, a lot of revenue generated through athletics, right? But my point is they gave the top 20 NIL collectives. And it talks about those that are basically the way these collectives have been formed. We may not necessarily have to do. Why can't we do a collective, Jerome, that could come together from a standpoint of a housing situation? We might have to do that. I understand we're talking about, and then we had this conversation. I understand we talk about putting money in the pockets of a student athlete, but what if we have a seat at the table and we put our revenue, put our funds together, and we create something that could take away that funding burden? I mean, that housing burden, whether it be us having a conversation with a complex in the city, because we know freshmen live on campus, though some of the upperclassmen don't have to live on campus. Yep. I'm thinking just about student athletes, but just the opportunities are there, but it's going to require some intentional conversations, some
outside the box thinking.
Yeah, it's going to have to be outside the box. And that's just one thing. So I'll pause right there for Brother Seeley, whoever, TD, you want to jump in there? And because I don't want to get too far out of it. That's just one aspect of what you was talking about. And then if you guys want to jump in the other part of what Jerome was talking about.
Yeah, I wanted to address the online classes because that's a great question and it's a great opportunity. So before COVID, and I retired, I guess, right at the end of COVID. But before COVID, Jackson State was already moving to have a percentage of its degrees where you could actually get the full degree online. So they were moving to where you, instead of just taking 1 or 2 classes online, you could actually say, I am a, and I don't, because I've forgotten which classes where you can get. So this is just an example. So I don't worry about it. So you could say, I am an accounting major at Jackson State and take all your accounting classes online. I think that with Jackson State, and again, I hate throwing out numbers because it's been a minute, but I know the last time I checked that about 30% of our degrees you can get full-time online. So coming to Brother Jerome's point, one of the easiest things that we can do as we prepare for a possible influx is on the application process to let students or potential students who apply understand that in-face, on-campus classes on a first come, first served basis, or maybe even a tiered academic basis. So that what we do is we can get you enrolled, but you may have to be an online student depending upon when you enrolled and whatever your status is. And so for instance, we always hover around 7,000 students. So let's say we increase to 10,000 students. So we get 3,000 extra students. What we would say to those extra 3,000 students is that because of the limited physical space, then when you enroll, you're going to have to be a full-time online student. And we do that to a degree, and people will say it's not the comparable, but it really is to a degree. Jackson State, I always tell people, Jackson State is a commuter campus. We let you park your car in certain places, but don't get it twisted. We are a commuter campus, and we have a limit on how many cars can come on the campus. Why? Because we have a limit of how many spaces we have. So I think just by implementing a first come, first serve basis with online, that will help us in the short term of the influx of students while we are expanding our physical ability to house all of them, if that makes sense.
Hey, I just wanted to jump in real quick, and that's an awesome amount of feedback. For everybody that's on the panel and everybody that's in the chat, I want to offer a very sobering and realistic observation. And this kind of comes on the heel of what Steely just mentioned, but also Ken, he used the word intentionality. Guys, I want you guys to remember that after desegregation, of course, we saw an influx of our top talent, not just student athletes, but top academic talent begin to choose PWIs. And of course, some of those large schools. And then we began to see, of course, if there was a cap at those schools of who can get admitted, a large amount of those other students who were African American would attend kind of a lower level PWI. So that's where you see this influx of, Jacksonville State and Georgia State and UNC Charlotte. Like, who are they compared to a Howard or a Jackson State, right? We have all this tradition and legacy, but we have to remember there is a demographic out here of African Americans that have been brainwashed to the extent that they have always despised Black education, and they always look at whiteness as a goalpost that they're trying to reach. And if they can't attend an Ivy League school or they can't attend a Power 5 school, they will they have what we call they tend to want to go to one of those lower level, like it's like a proclivity. They tend to want to go to one of those lower level PWIs. So to Ken's point, we have to be intentional in how we market and how we brand ourselves, how we move. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people have mentioned that Jackson State over the last 2 or 3 years, the way they're moving from a marketing standpoint is genius. We have to step that up about 10 levels, because the perception is also what we are fighting. And in order to really get a hold of that demographic, we're really wanting to get a hold of and to increase our brand. We've got to be intentional. So my whole point is, whomever our new president is going to be, whoever the new cabinet is going to be, they have to take on the mantra that we have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. All these initiatives that we've been discussing tonight, but also ad nauseum that Zoe and Ken have been preaching about for months, really years, they have to take on that attitude of, okay, we can do this all at once. So I need everybody to be able to get on board, stay tuned to what Ken and Zoe are putting out here on a consistent basis, but also what, of course, the National Alumni Association, any correspondence from the university, because this is going to really be an all hands on deck situation, guys, because we're kind of reverting. I won't say we, I'm just saying we as a country, but the powers that be, they're trying to revert us back to a different time. So Jim now Crow. We got to take a different, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying back to Jim Crow.
Yeah. But, so this time, if they do want to take us back to Jim Crow, what are we going to do differently this go around?
Well, see, the thing that's scary, I'm in Detroit today. The thing that's scary, though, Jerome, and all this is, you get the feeling and the vibe of going back to Jim Crow. However, because we haven't been in a segregated society or segregated workplaces so long, all these younger generations lack the tools for survival in it.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
So this is what I wanted to say. And Zoe mentioned it earlier, and Brother Jerome, you touched on what I was thinking about. Some people going to lower PWIs, to get degrees. So with everything reversed now, it was already a struggle in a situation to where you had to have so many minorities here, so many minorities there, and we know when you go to some jobs, they look at where you went to school compared to where someone else went to school. So now with all this overturned, now that's going to make that decision, maybe a little easier for them, make people kind of stand back and look at HBCUs, as to say, what, because we're not minorities, so to speak, anymore.
But you know what, though?
Uh-huh.
I'm finna say it, and I don't care how it's perceived. If they can do it, we can do it. So here's what I mean. I think we need to start summoning, because this is what happens. and I'm in corporate America, and I'm in a high position, and I'm dealing with some bull junk as we speak.
Right.
And it doesn't have anything to do with data. It has everything to do with an opinion of someone who has the power of the pen. When we have the opportunity to be in those positions, we have to put our own in those positions. And unfortunately, if the qualifications is white is right, black get back, then unfortunately we're going to have to adopt the same mentality and stop being so damn scared, and we pump the brakes when it comes to us. Because they'll say this all the time: black folk devalue black things. All I'm saying is that if you're going to just basically do what they do. Now, when it comes to what Jerome just said, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But I'm starting to see now that really what we're doing turned out to be it's kind of before its time, and it's going to be way more important than what we might have even thought that we was getting involved with, because we are privy to certain conversations, we are privy to certain spaces, and we are moving intentionally. Because what folks got to understand about what we do on this platform, what we do with this platform, Zoe and I always say we don't stand in front of the university, we get behind it. So if there's a need, I got something that fell in my lap today, I hadn't even talked about it. I got the dollar amount and everything that is needed, but we're not going to get in front of the university because there's a day of giving coming. You get what I'm saying? And we want all hands to be on deck when it comes to that. But the reality of the matter is, and I'm going to shut up and let Brother Willie T, who just joined us to come on in, is that intentional means we're going to have to accept the reality of what we're dealing with, and we're going to have to unite and be more, take more of a group.
Our hands are forced.
We have no recourse other to do that, because at the end of the day, we're going to keep saying it. You have to participate in your own rescue, whatever that is. And Brother Jerome, I want you to expand on some a little later, because you talked about how we're moving from a marketing standpoint, but you also talked about how elevating that tenfold. Like, I want you to kind of expand a little bit more on like what you mean as far as like where we need to take it to. So the frame of reference is put out in the atmosphere, so those that are tuned in, that are listening, they can hear it, and we can start planting seeds. Because I'm telling you right now, our biggest issue, our biggest adversary at Jack State University right now is we're going to have to guard against reverting back to what it was prior to. And that's one of the things that gave us our cause and why we got active. Because I just want you to know, we're not stepping on any toes. It is what it is. A lot of what we have done has been fueled by the fact that we do not want our new head coach, football coach, to suffer and not get some of the goodies that previous head coach had, because he had a big network. He had a lot of pull. You see what I'm saying? So that I just wanted to say that. Brother Willie T, what's up, man? Come on, jump in. We'll come back to that.
Much. What's up, family? How's everybody doing?
You got it, brother.
All right.
So I have a different perspective on this, and
Okay.
I'm not disagreeing with what anybody said, first of all. But here's what I don't like is that whoever, it doesn't matter, news you listen to, they're going to spin it for their audience, right?
Right.
I said earlier that politicians and large businesses, they love pandering. So they're going to pander to the people that they want their business or vote for. And so I had the opportunity to read the opinion. And I think a lot of it is just misunderstood by the people who are reporting. And so if some of the people who report or some of the justices who voted for this change was citing a case law, Gutner or something like that. And they were saying that decision was actually against the 14th Amendment, and that the decision for Brown versus Board of Education was actually supposed to eliminate race considerations altogether. And so when affirmative action was bastardized to what it is today for quotas and having to consider race, it was more about equality, bringing everybody equal, like what C. Lee was saying earlier.
Mhm.
But over time, it just got bastardized by politicians and businesses. So here's my perspective on it. If you apply to a school or if you apply to a business and you're not hired because of skin color or ethnicity or whatever, I don't want to work there anyway. I really don't. So I get the the lost opportunity. But if they're not going to hire me because of who I am or what I am, I really don't want to work there anyway. But to everybody's point, this is where we need to band together. This is where we need to look out for each other. Stop hating on black things. Support each other. When you have a business, hire people who are like-minded or who have similar backgrounds. The whole quota thing really messed me up. I was a benefactor and someone who got, let's just say it worked for and against me, the whole number thing. So I've always took the mindset of if I'm not welcome or if I'm not going to get hired, I'm off. I'm gonna go find somewhere else.
Got it. I think
Go ahead. Can I respond to Brother Willie?
Yep.
He is right on point. And for those of y'all who saw the newsletter this morning, it was funny because back in the 90s, in the Jackson Advocate, I published probably about 10 to 12 articles about the ending of affirmative action then. So these cases have been before the Supreme Court since about 93, 94. And Brother Willie T is exactly correct because in the 90s, people get upset at me because I'm a black nationalist. I'm not an integrationist. And so when I was writing about affirmative action, I was writing about it specifically from the way Brother Willie is saying is that, that at some point we have to be able to create our own institutions, because creating our own institutions and funding our own institutions, getting back to what Brother Jerome and Ken and Zoe say, that if we're not willing to fund our own institutions, then we're not willing to be first-class citizens. And so as a black nationalist, I've always said that, yes, affirmative action is a great tool for an integrationist. And affirmative action helps black-owned businesses get contracts that they would rather get because, as Brother Willis said, it got bastardized into thinking that you were giving unqualified people something when you were really just making sure that qualified black folks got something. But I think that at this point, I'm hoping that this is going to be a rally call for more black people really thinking about what the word sovereignty means. And here's what I'll end on is this. You're not free if you don't have power. And the definition of power is the ability to make something happen or stop something from happening. So if you cannot hire somebody or stop somebody from being fired, you have no power. If you cannot admit somebody into your institution or decline admission, you have no power.
Exactly.
If you cannot grow your own food or create a process to grow your own food, you have no power. And as long as we have no power, we have no freedom.
It speaks of dependency.
Yes.
I love the comment that was said earlier with the deprogramming of this has been a long-term play. And I see it. I'm gonna just take it more on the standpoint of just surface. Let me just go surface for a minute. I ain't even gonna be deep. This is why the exit of our previous head coach, the way that it was so damning in our opinion, because it created an environment where publicly people can assault the character and the reputation of our institutions openly.
Right.
But when you go and support platforms that are built on the hand of tearing down an institution, then you too are part of the problem. See, because what you can't do is you can't support rhetoric and foolishness and then turn around on the other hand and say, y'all respect us. Because what we're in a pickle now. You don't respect us because you let competition and banter turn into it's okay if it happens as long as it happens to a school that I don't like. Because see, I'm principled. I don't rock with people who celebrate sucker stuff that happens just because it happened to somebody that they don't like.
Right.
I tend to be one of those people that, regardless if I like you or not, right is right, wrong is wrong. I want things to be what it is, because you know what I'm thinking about? The rules that I'm okay with are the same rules that I got to be governed by. You understand what I'm talking about? So this is why I'm saying it this way. So that's why it's so important that we, JSU, all we can do is talk about us. We cover Jack State. We're keeping it more centralized. We just have to make sure that we're ready to address the issues that may come about as a result of an uptick in enrollment, an uptick in recruiting, an uptick in whatever it is. Because I can tell you right now, there are some things that are in play, especially from an athletic standpoint, that are going to get us to the next level. I'm just telling you that right now. But what I've learned from these efforts and part of these conversations is that we're really just scratching the surface, and there is another level to get to that. And I'm just telling you right now, we have to be ready to get active. We can't get fatigued. We can't get tired. We have to be ready to simplify this thing. We did an initiative where we got in 8 streams, we got $50,000, and we did not have 1,000 people donate. I'm going to say that again. We did not have 1,000 people to donate to that initiative. So my point is, just imagine if we can get to a standpoint of what we can do if we get just 5,000 people on the same page that's giving. Do y'all not know, Brother Jerome, you can probably help me with this right here too. When we do our day of giving, right? In our day of giving, on an average, when you look at the total amount of donors, every time I've looked at it, it's been teetering along the lines of 3,500 to 4,000 donors. Somebody jump in there and tell me if I'm off. Jerome, I turn to you to that one if you got anything on that.
Yeah, you're correct. Absolutely.
And what we say, oh man, we got 50,000 alums. Well, where the hell they at when it's a day of giving time? You know what I'm saying? And that's not to knock anybody, because in that number is not all alums. There's a lot of people that may give that's not necessarily an alum that gives on that day. You follow what I'm talking about? So when it's time to go in your pocket, and that could be $15, $10, $20, $15, $100, whatever it is. But to get to the whatever number we're going to get to, and we only averaging a small amount that are actually given. So in relation to that, we're just going to have to get active. We got a lot of folks that done joined. I'm going to shut up. I know Brother Bakari has been waiting, and then we'll come to you, Urban and Ball. Jerome, we'll come back to you and Seeley. Bakari, what's on your mind, brother? How you doing?
What's going on, man?
How you doing, Doc?
What's up, OG?
Internet froze up. I'm about to come back to. Go ahead. You good? You on mute?
Okay. So you guys are coming up with ways to raise funds for JSU?
No, we're not.
Oh, okay, my bad. I
know. But no, go ahead and shoot what you got.
Oh no, man, I'm always coming just to join in, support of JSU, man. That's why I'm here, man.
No, I appreciate it. What you got? What you want to add?
Oh, I'm trying to catch up now. That's why I'm up here. I should have waited in the comments first. My bad.
Yeah.
Let me jump off for a second.
Yeah. I'm gonna move you to the comments, and yeah, that's a better spot for you. Hey, go ahead, Brother Jerome.
Yeah. Well, I think you wanted me to hang tight. I know you wanted to circle back on the I guess increased marketing that we can do for the university.
Yep. You talked about where we are now and where we need to go to. I just kind of wanted to get a frame of reference of what are you looking at mentally that's gonna like paint a picture for us in your mind. I want to see that.
Absolutely. So number one, to kind of dive into what you just mentioned, the same 3,500 folks who annually give. Honestly, this is me being honest. The university community, the Jackson State community, we've got to step up how we actually approach Day of Giving when it comes to the branding of it and the communication of it.
Yeah.
We can't wait 3 weeks out. We've got to put stuff on folks' calendar, possibly 6 months prior, to give them a heads up, say, this is the solidified date, mark your calendar, and we're going to make this. It's already a big deal. Jackson State actually has won a couple of awards regarding its Day of Giving production, in itself. but I feel like it could be way bigger than what it is if we just actually be a bit more intentional. I love that word, Ken. I use that word like 1,000 times a day. So I want everybody to ingrain the word intentional in your head moving forward.
Hey,
Everything yeah, man, everything we do at Jackson State, whether it's athletics, fundraising, academics, be intentional. So that's one caveat. The second one, we all know Jackson State, as well as A&T and Morgan and Howard, we are all aggressively moving towards R1 status.
Correct.
We have to ask ourselves, now, let's put this out here. I'm going to be honest. Jackson State, we've been an R2 institution with A&T and Howard since 2001. We've led all HBCUs in federally funded dollars, research dollars, since 2000. Why are we not promoting that heavily?
Yep.
You know, we have a lot of different scholars who are in the faculty at Jackson State who have multiple publications when it comes to research. That has to be highlighted more by the university. So the point I'm trying to make is, in the spirit of intentionality, we have to look like an R1 institution. And the way that we're going to, I guess, accomplish that is, of course, being intentional. How do we be intentional? It's omni-channel. So not just via email, not just via phone, because, of course, we got a lot of students at Jackson State who do, work study. Put them on the phone. Reach out. Like you mentioned earlier, Ken, that we're disconjointed. We are very disconjointed, but that's not just exclusive to Jackson State. It's an HBCU problem. My definition of being disconjointed is that we have a lot of folks in the JSU community in Jackson and Mississippi and abroad who are in really great spaces. They're in spaces of influence. They have positions of influence, but for whatever reason, we have been disconnected with that arm of Jackson State, with that particular alum or that particular parent of a student. We have to be more intentional in developing those relationships, because as we all know, relationships are super important. So whomever we bring in to Jackson State as a new president, they need to have the mindset that this is a multi-million-dollar corporation. And whomever is in the cabinet, we have to make sure that these folks that they have that skill set to be able to reconnect with all these alums that are in corporate, all of these alums that are in the military space, all of these alums that are in STEM, because we have so many goals we're trying to reach, but we're too disconjointed. And the only way that we're going to get there is by piecing together, like we're doing tonight. Everybody is at the table. Invite folks to a broader table at Jackson State. And, you know, I've always said, man, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We don't have to just be so singular and you know, focused on one thing to get one thing accomplished. We can get so many different things accomplished if we have the right people at the table. I want to talk about fundraising real quick, how we can actually double our results. So Jackson State, yes, we do a phenomenal job every year of surpassing our goal for Day of Giving. It could be a lot more. I think last year we raised like maybe close to $700,000, which a lot of HBCUs cannot do, so much so that quite a few HBCUs have reached out to Jackson State and say, hey, what are y'all doing? I'm not knocking Southern University or anybody else that is reporting these inflated numbers. So when you see a school like Southern or whatever, and they're reporting they raised about $1.9 million, let me tell you what that really is, guys. What they're doing is it's a total of it's a sum total of the amount of funds they've raised over like a 9 to 12 month period. We don't do that. And not just that, it's not all real money. Most of that money are pledges. We don't play with monopoly money at Jackson State. I'm not trying to be funny, but these are real dollars that people are actually pumping into the university on our Day of Giving. So the way that we can double those results, a lot of people don't know this, but most of our companies, if you send your donation through your company, they will match that donation up to $5,000. So that's an easy way that we can double our results in one day.
Make sure you know that.
And, you know, I know a lot of people, you know, when it comes to, they take the Obama method, those small donations add up to big results. I know a lot of folks that will simply, let's say the cash back that they get, you know, using their credit cards and things like that, they'll just put that cash back directly towards Jackson State's endowment, or if their chapter has an endowment or something in that regards. So we have to look at giving from an omni-channel standpoint or viewpoint. not just the big donors, not just increasing the number of alums who are and supporters who are giving, but just various ways that they can give. And people love options. People love simplified options. So if we can simplify that process, not just how to, give, not just how to become a member of the booster, the Blue Bengals, or just any other affiliate organization, be intentional, y'all. That's the word of tonight, not just regarding affirmative action. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, go ahead.
I got to say something about the day of giving. I have an idea based off of what you just said, because this is how it works. If you want to expand a great idea, you multiply it, you duplicate it, right? You look at what's working, and you don't try to reinvent the wheel. We have already created a small microcosm of what it's supposed to look like. We're doing it intentionally, Jerome. That's why I always say, do not be offended. Do not feel like we're impeding. Embrace us. We're not here to rock the boat or do any of that type of stuff. However, if you want to increase your dollars on the day of giving, I have an idea. Let's raise $1.5 million. You want to know how you do it? You tell Jackson State's people what the money is for.
There you go.
You come up with 3 things. I got a $500,000 bucket. We're going to do this, 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 and this. With this money, we're going to do this, 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 and this. We need your help. And we're going to let you decide which one you donate to. And you get people emotionally connected to what you're trying to do instead of just saying, and I got to say this, Rochelle, don't hold tight. I have to say this because Zoe knows where I'm going with this. Because I'm telling you what the people who have donated to the initiative that we have done have told me directly, straight up and down. And I never wanted to repeat this stuff, but it is what it is. We talk about it. What they said was, look, I don't mind giving on the day of giving, but I'm going to just be real with you. We donate, but we don't have no clue where that money going to. I'm coming, Rochelle. Hang tight. I'm coming to you next. Please hang tight. Now, the reason why we have success, now I'm a business-minded person, so everybody up here is business-minded. You get what I'm saying? So that's where the intentional comes from. That was actually my word for last year and for what I do professionally. My word for the year for 2022 was intentional. Be very intentional about what you're doing. If you want to go approach this, you have to your intent has to be about what it is that you're saying. Rochelle, I'm going to shut up. You go ahead and go. What you want to say?
Well, it's kind of like Black churches and a building fund. We just raise a building fund and we never know where the money is going. And that's just basically what we do. But for us, when you said when you connect with people's heart, this is the part people don't get. Public service announcement. This is for church folks and everybody else. When you connect to my heart, you got my pocketbook. When you got my heart, you got my money. Because I know what you're doing with it. So everything that we did, right when you said we're doing this. Now, like our last one, because you and Zoe name have been so great in reference to we getting this for them, this is what we need. We need this for them. So the 50,000 one, because your name and what we've done has been solid, we trust you. And that's what I mean. Kid, Zoe, and we're just here to help. You got the people's heart. And that's why you got their money, because they knew
I ain't got their money. The money going to the school.
No, what I'm saying is, when you said
it's gone now, we say I ain't got it no more.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if we have another niche after 501c3, but because they was like, you gave us a target, this is what we're getting. We saw pictures, bam, next thing done. The next initiative, we need to do this with helping clean up the apartment. This is how much it's gonna cost. Bam, done. Y'all gave us a target, then we saw the vision, and then it went forward. You guys can just ask us for money constantly. And that's just how I feel with building fund. Hell, we have a building fund all the time, and what we doing with the money?
Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Here's the thing. To echo Ken part, because I can hear clear as day someone saying, what we say this is a day of giving, and we say it's for scholarships. The problem with that, though, is that it's a broad brush and a blanket statement. So in other words, you have to be transparent into what exactly that scholarship is. For example, come out and say, hey, we're giving X amount of dollars for 30 scholarships or a particular scholarship. Be extra transparent in the transparency. Also, have a plan, not just, for months on end. Instead of it being a day of giving, hey, this is going to be the day of giving, and have a targeted plan for that. Because here's the thing. I actually came up with another idea, because one thing that reigns true, not only for Ken and I, or any other thing that ties to Jackson, that's tied with Jackson State, there's a certain demographic. Let's keep it a book. It's old heads. And they do their part, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Because we could kill two birds with one stone. Tap into the young alumni who really just graduated. Because now more than ever, we're having more what? Entrepreneurs. So why not let this be another teachable moment that can actually benefit you? We could stroke it with a broad brush on both sides. And what I mean by that is, hey, go ahead and set up an LLC. Let us find ways to designate you to start your business, but yet at the same time, do something with tax initiatives and tax breaks where you can actually help us on the day of giving. It's almost like I'm scratching the young alumni's back, and I'm actually teaching you going out into the workforce in ways to give not only back to us, but in other means as well. Because now you create a habit. You guys hear me say this all the time. How you do anything is how you do everything. You start small, because another problem that we have in all things that we do, we're waiting on this big lick. We can't move like that. Slow and steady wins the race. Starting early benefits you big returns. So get the young alumni engaged. Show them the way to go, and like, hey, get your business started, all you entrepreneurs. And we're going to show you ways that can actually benefit your business, but also, hey, take a little bit and you can actually donate to us on this day of giving. Find other alternative ways to increase money given to the school. Because again, you have to be different. It doesn't have to be a big lick. Like we say, we're not getting close to touching that 50,000. We say it's the same about what, 4,000 people? Well, damn, man, let's do our best to get another 10,000 extra people who typically hadn't done. Don't worry about getting to 50. Start small, because you're going to have another day of giving the following year. You grow this damn thing. Man, let me reach and get an extra 5,000 this year. Then a year after that, I'm going to get another 5,000, because we're trying to slow and steady get to that 50. Because here's the thing. The standard has already been set, right? What was the number, Jerome? Well, it was 700,000?
Yeah, right at it.
Okay, then so if we get the same thing we do with the ticket initiative. Our goal is to get 12. We're hoping to fall on 10. But the most we've ever done is 8,600. So that's the floor. So we already planning on next year already. Because we know next year 10,000 is the stopping point. And we got to always, every year, raise that barometer. But we got to, because here's the thing. I don't know if y'all know this, but the old heads that we depend on, they're getting out of here.
Well,
they're getting out of here.
I was told a long time ago, shout out to Brother Calvin, at some point in time, we're going to have to find a way to get a seat at the table. And some of the young folk that come in and introduce some new blood. And
you don't actually sit down at the table. You come down, sit, grab a chair, and introduce yourself.
Go ahead.
So, Ken, you opened the door just where I wanted to go. So, Sister Rochelle, I understand you're right about the building fund. I'm going to reverse it, though. When I was a child, my grandmother used to drag me to the church business meeting. Like every Tuesday, wherever it was. She didn't make my mama go, didn't make my daddy go, but she would drag me to the church business meeting. And I didn't understand, Brother TD. Like I was like, I'm 6, grandmama. And I asked her one day, I said, why'd you make me go to church business meeting? And my grandmother said, baby, if you don't go to the church business meeting, you're not a member of the church. So the reverse of that is you cannot be an alumni and complain about being in the dark if you don't go to any of the alumni meetings. You cannot be an alumni and complain about what's not happening if you're not engaging. So that's the first part. That's the first part, is that people have to do their part. Here's the second part. TD, you may not be, and I'm glad Brother Trent is logged on, and Brother Will and Brother Jerome may be old enough. TD, you may not be old enough to remember this. Everybody else on the panel, how many of y'all remember the Jerry Lewis Labor Day telethon.
Yep.
Yes, I hated it. Yes, sir. Yes.
Hold on. Just FYI, brother TD older than all of us.
Oh.
I ain't even try. He said look young. Like I'm the youngest. I don't know how old Jerome is. Like I'm just 41.
Oh, my bad,
TD. Good insurance mail, like you, OG and Trent.
TD. I mean, how old are you, TD? 47. 47.
Oh, okay, well, you remember the Jerry Lewis?
He look like he's 32.
He
over there working out.
There you go. He got that original cocoa butter working.
He really do, because I thought he was in his 30s. My bad.
So here's the thing about that. When you said getting young folk at table, one, young folks have to be intentional about going to the meetings and being involved. Then to connect it, whether you knew it or not, raising that 50,000 in a eight streams period, right?
Yep.
What you were actually doing was emulating the Jerry Lee Lewis telethon.
Yep.
I don't even know who Jerry Lee Lewis is.
You know what?
What year was it?
Oh my God!
What year was
it? It was basically the 70s and 80s.
Yeah,
man,
he ended in the early 90s, man.
You know what? I do remember the Jerry Lee Lewis.
I hated it.
No. Now that I think about it, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's
okay.
I know exactly what you're talking
about. So here's my point. The way you get the new blood in is, how about on the day of giving, have the JSU development, have some young people stream all day that day. How about on the day of giving, just say and you have to do it all day. Let's say you have young folks stream from noon to 5 p.m. Because that actually creates a tangible thing. Coming back to what Zoe said about, I'm looking at somebody tangibly saying, send in this money to this, and that. And so all of that connects with us being intentional about what Zoe said, giving somebody a fixed target, but also what Sister Michelle said is getting people engaged who are not normally engaged. I'll shut up.
When you're doing the same thing every year, you won't get new weight or new growth, man, being comfortable doing the same thing year after year after year.
Can I say something on that?
We have to think. Hold on. I just want to offer this.
Go.
July the 12th. Whoever heading the JSU Day of Giving, come on the live stream Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Come on the live stream. Come on up. We're inviting them up. Let's get the folk worked up and riled up. Let's make a big deal. I'm just saying, I offer it. I mean, we on the average we get 400-500 people in this thing. You know what I'm saying? We might get some folk that ain't a alum of JSU to put some money.
Well, guess what? That's the extra.
Hold on, Zoe. When I said the Jerry Lewis telethon, I don't know if y'all saw the chat. One person put in the chat, guess who that person was?
Kobe.
There we go. Kobe said, "Oh."
Hey, I started
Kobe.
Kobe.
Kobe, you a baby. Just don't worry about it. But
Kobe was born in like 1999. You know what I'm saying? No, he born in 96, I think.
One thing Zoe is saying is that two things. We have to think outside the box. And that's all Zoe is saying. And this is the other thing. And I love my elders. I do. But sometimes our elders don't want to release the power. And we want to stand on y'all shoulders. Like, we want to stand on y'all shoulders because a lot of things that this new generation do is straight technology. I mean, I don't think y'all realize, I think it was last time when Donald Trump was president and he did the Juneteenth thing, those kids slammed it down because everybody got on their phones, Lee, and they just shut it down. And they did what grown folks couldn't do because they just went and bought all the tickets and nobody was actually there, right? And they did it they did it together. Our children, the young generation under us, we may not understand that, but like my son, anything I need, Zoe, he got a dang app. Mom, download this app. That boy can get anything on this computer. We need to take advantage of what these young people can do. They work smarter, not harder.
So guess what? The last episode date of the Jerry Lewis telethon was August 31st, 2014.
They still having it?
The last time it ran was in 2014.
Wow. Dang, okay.
And
So
Kobe said, "What's a telethon?"
Oh, never mind. No, Kobe. We're not talking to you. We're not. Google it.
First episode was in 1966. Last one was in 2014.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right. Hold on, real quick, everybody.
Hey, I want to say something. This whole Dale giving thing is awesome. I've been giving. I will continue to give. You want to give young people to give. We initially started off the show with the affirmative action. Right now, I think people are in a panic mode, and the reason why a lot of people don't give, especially young people, is because they're trying to get their bearings about themselves. But right now, I'm gonna ask Brother Jerome, Brother Seeley, Brother Trent, Ken. Right now, with everybody kind of being in panic mode, not knowing now they don't feel like they have affirmative action or job security, so to speak. Now, how do you get everybody? It's time to get everybody settled to wrap their mind around doing this, because now some people just going into saving mode and hanging on to whatever they can hang on to because they don't know what the future holds.
Brother Seeley, I want Brother Seeley to take that. Here's for that reason. We had a conversation about something earlier. We talked about affecting the bottom line of the white bottom line. If you really want to make some things shake, I think it's going to be in that space. But I want you to touch on that because we were talking about athletes returning to HBCUs. That's still, like, if we really wanted to do something as a community, we really would have to sacrifice the little nuggets for the greater good of our people. And I just don't, I got to be honest with y'all, man. I do not believe that that's something that we will do. It's obtainable, but I don't know if we will do it because we do have, let me say it this way. We're privy to certain intake. Fuck all that, man. The reality of the matter is that we were giving really a false pretense of that under the previous regime. That's a fact. And I'm not trying to, this is not a take a shot at Deion Sanders type thing.
Being disingenuous.
I'm just telling you what it was.
Right.
We got an influx of coaches in the year of 2022. We got the #1 high school recruit to come in. We got a strength and conditioning coach that came from Georgia. We got the #1 tight end coach that was out there available on the market. And I'm telling you straight up that none of them came for Jackson State. Not a one of them. All of them came to Jackson State really like a one-year rental because they were being told straight up and down what the play was. And the play was never to stay at JSU.
Or HBCU.
Yeah, it was never any of that. It was to, like, for example, and you can say what you want to say. Go show me the interview that Travis Hunter did with any form of JSU media.
You won't find it.
Never did it, never would do it. I mean, like, denied it. I can speak of coaches that I'm telling you, Zoe and I talked about this today, where we tried to get them on Tiger Talk. They would not do it. I didn't understand it at the time, but looking back at it, I'm like, you know what?
Hindsight 2020.
It all makes sense now. The reason being is because quiet as kept, they all knew. So the whole mumbo jumbo of whatever the case may be, I save it because the intentions were the entire time. And it is what it is. It worked. So I could doff my hat off to the plan worked. It did. And Jackson State benefited from it for a year. But I just always want to put that in front of folks because if you build something up for you to benefit from it, and then on your way out you dismantle it, then you really didn't build or leave what you say you came to do. And I'm not even trying to go back down that road. I'm just telling you what it was. So now we have this is why what we're doing is so important. Now, what he did do, the benefit of it was this. We got a microcosm or a not whole view something that I learned in my Bible class, a knothole view. You know, a knot being one of those little knots in the wood. You're looking through one of them picket fences, and you can see a small glimpse of what it looked like or what it could be like or what you could do or the examples of that. So now the onus is on us to create the reality that we want to see within our athletic department. Create the reality. I love what Jerome said. Bro, I think, Jerome, you touched on fundraising dollars, and you talked about all the way back from early 2000s. You said, why do we not look like a research R1 institution? You know why? Not you, now that I'm educating you. One of our biggest problems at Jackson State is our presidency situation. The turnover at the top position at TAM University. We got to get it right, man. We have to get that right, and we have to get the right person.
Hold on, Ken. We got to get it right when the state-appointed entity that does it, supposed to take care of it, doesn't listen to the body who's looking out for our own best interests.
But I'm saying that has a lot to do with some of the instability of where we are. Now, that isn't an excuse to stay raggedy. What you do is you fix what you can affect. I'm gonna say that again. You fix what you can affect, or that's another way of saying control what you can control right now, and you get better at that, and you master that, and you fix that around you, and then let the other stuff kind of catch up with it. Again, I say that and I'm gonna be quiet and let Brother Trent. I would want Brother Jerome. I know he wanted to come into that. Then I come to you, Brother Trent. But that's just what I wanted to say in regards to that, and we can go on and on about that. But go ahead, bro.
Hey, Brother Jerome.
Hold on.
Hey, before I give this feedback, let me pause and publicly thank Sister Rochelle. Guys, she really stepped up and furnished our chapter with these amazing crystal awards for our Metro Charlotte chapter here in North Carolina. I just want to applaud her. And I also want to charge anyone that is on this call, if you are wanting a quality, I'm talking about top notch, and this is no cap, award made of crystal, please reach out to Sister Rochelle. She'll take care of it.
Start doing that. All the conversations we done had, we talk all the, you ain't said nothing about that. Good gracious alive.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. I also want to do the Crystal Golf Award.
She's not too known for it.
So definitely.
No, but much love. Absolutely, much love. I just wanted to, jump back and, kind of piggyback off of what Ken and Brother Seeley mentioned. So, guys, one of my mentors, President Cousin, he's the president of Morehouse National Alumni Association. One of the things that he preaches to me all the time, I'm like, yo, how do you get, so case in point, guys, their chapters do one big fundraising event a year, and it yields huge results. Case in point, their Boston chapter, I believe last year, had one event where they raised over $600,000. This is an alumni chapter, not a university, not the, you know what I'm saying? So he said that they're very intentional. And he also mentioned what they're doing to increase their young alumni participation. He said, essentially, young alums travel in packs. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, when you look at somebody who graduated from the class of 2014, if you get them on board, they're going to bring 15 or 20 of their buddies from the class of 14 with them as well. He also mentioned people travel in packs with respect to their departments. So he said, a lot of times these young alums, they may not necessarily have a deep affinity to the university, but best believe they have a deep affinity to their department that they matriculated in. Why? Because they spent most of their time in school around those same people. So when I thought about it, I said, when I came into Jackson State in 2002, that was the first year that we had a school of engineering. So now it's been 21 years since we had that school of engineering. Think about how many alums that have matriculated through that program. I'm sure it's in the thousands now, right? Jackson State is now the 6th largest producer of African-American engineers in the nation. So if we can carve out a space just for those engineers, may not necessarily have a deep love affinity, but they definitely want to give back, I guess, in a sense, to sow a seed for future Black engineers to come out of Jackson State. Let's carve a space for them. Jackson State a couple of years ago was named one of the top 3 universities in America that produced the most African Americans going into the military, along with South Carolina State and Florida A&M. So we have a huge Tiger battalion, if you will, when it comes to those who are in the Air Force, Marines, Army, and of course, they make some pretty good money depending on their MOS. Why don't we carve out a space for them? So that's a part of being intentional, is looking at the tribe standpoint of who's traveling and what tribe, and providing that space for them, as well as, so Jackson State, according to the University of Pennsylvania, there was a research study done. We were named one of the top 50 colleges in America that produce African Americans going to medical school. So that's huge, right? So the thing is, we got all these Tigers heading to medical school. Let's carve out a space for them. So I hope those are, maybe some potential solutions, how we can think outside the box and increase not only the number of alums who are giving, but the overall number that we generate on day of giving.
Brother Trent, then Brother Willie.
Well, guys, first of all, good evening. I've been following the discussion and
Is that music? Is that music, Trent?
Actually, I'm in a hotel and there's a TV in the other room.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. I just didn't want to hear music. Go ahead, you good.
But a couple of things. First of all, Dr. James Hefner was president throughout just about my entire tenure at Jackson State. Used to always say Black people have to be better than. And I found out as an adult that is true. All right. Can y'all hear me?
Hey, I'm gonna have to mute you, bro. That's music playing?
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if
it's going ding us. Yeah, like hold on.
All right.
I sound like John Legend. I don't need that to play. They'll copyright. They'll pop the shit out of me with that copyright. Trust me. No, we ain't gonna do that. But come back.
Understood.
There you go.
Were you gonna go? There were a couple of questions in the chat I wanted to answer, unless you was going to go somebody else.
I'm gonna hit Willie real quick.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Brother Willie. I'm sorry.
No, you're all right. So I'm gonna go way back here for a second. So Ken, you already know my story, right? I started watching your channel, started gifting to the channel because of what you do. And to your point, if you let people know what you're raising money for and you're transparent with what you do with that money, people will continue to give. And to Rochelle's point, when you ask for this last 50 grand, even though we don't know exactly what it's going to, there was that built up trust.
Boy, so, I can't wait for the big reveal. Oh man, I can't wait. Y'all gotta understand, man.
That's gonna be special.
But this is the other thing. I have another initiative, but I can't. I refuse to. I want to put, and this is the thing. We're gonna put everything we got into supporting this day of giving. We want Jack State to raise $1 million in my book. We need to hit a cool milli. So we're gonna push that every single day. Matter of fact, on Monday, we going full-fledged day of giving. We pushing that hard, man. So we start planting seeds. I know the university is going to be doing a ton to push that as well. So, but I got something that fell in my lap. I have a big fish on the hook that could probably take care of that. But I'll say it this way, I told a particular individual that is in need of something. That listen, we're gonna try this avenue, and if that don't work, if we got to get active, we just got to get active, man. I don't really care, because it's for the cause, and this particular initiative it's a big initiative similar to what we did, a little less than, but we will be able to specify exactly what it's for.
To the T.
To the T, to the account. What Zoe said, a plus and a little extra, but but no, it's but I'm not going into that right now. I don't want to do that because I really want the attention and the focus on the university. So we'll have some time to just touch that. But go ahead, bro.
And that's what I like about what you have started with this media group, with this channel, because even though we don't know what that 50K is going to now, we will shortly.
Yep.
And when I say shortly, I'm thinking like I think the word was a month from now ish.
Give me a good month.
From now. So
give me a good
that's
month.
gonna be.
I just have
fire.
right here. Kudos to the university, man, in the leadership that are doing some big things. I put out a tweet today. I just tried to tell people there's some things that's happening at 1400 JR Lynch that finna make these haters. They finna make they gonna be grinding their teeth in their sleep. I'm gonna tell them to go and get you a mouthpiece. Make sure you ball it so it get real salty. You put you get go ahead. What say so?
I know I said real talk. Real talk.
Yeah,
we ain't playing in that area. So I just especially from an athletic standpoint, man. You know, we raised over $300,000 at the fundraiser on Monday. AD Robinson was celebrated. It was the athletic department is the healthiest it's been in years. So I'll pause right there. I got a little.
I like Delta. Thelma Champion said it is a trust, and after I donated, I was so excited to be part of it.
That's my cousin right there. I can't wait to get her a hug. You don't understand right there, man. I ain't seen her in years, man. I can't wait to give the biggest hug in the world in Atlanta.
Yeah.
It's just but that's why I keep saying once you get our heart, everything else don't matter. Once you get our heart, you got our pocketbook.
Yep.
Well, I used to, you know what I'm saying? I used to tug on heartstrings back in the day, but it was you know what I'm saying? I done matured and I got a little better with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just playing. I just had to throw that in.
That's when we trust people. I'm telling you, you're right. That last one, y'all this is gonna be good. And we was like, let's get the money. Let's get the money. We excited, don't know what we excited. You know what's funny? We excited and don't know what we're excited about. That's crazy. Okay.
No, but it's the transparency. It's the transparency that what people give to. It's not necessary. It's not always whatever the money's being raised for or who it's going to. It's the transparency of the person asking for the money.
Well, it just goes to show, and I'll shut up and Brother C. Lee, I'm gonna let him speak next because I know he wanted to go back and answer some questions. But there was a narrative out there of misappropriation of funds and all that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And all I'm gonna say is that what we demonstrated is like I said, a small sample size of the fact that there is no, you know what I mean? That's why we put that out there. We letting folk know, look, we still taking in money, we still making things happen, and we'll put it right in front of your face because the intention is this. Our plan is this: to start something that's going to generate funds to come in to do major projects from a university standpoint, because that's why our passion is at. If we bring some money in, the reality of the matter is going to be, if we have that money, we'll be able to have them to find something to use it for. Get us an invoice, because I'm telling you right now, we got some other new stuff that's coming. We got some other things that are still needed, and so forth and so on. But go ahead, brother C. Lee, what's going on?
So a couple of questions, and Sister Heflin, I apologize, I'm just getting that. So Nichelle Heflin, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Nichelle Heflin, she back at the 10:05 hours, she asked, this ruling, make the Mississippi ruling that before Jackson State couldn't get their funding until they had 10% white students illegal. It's reverse affirmative action for white people. Race can be a factor. JSU should sue. The problem is you can't sue retroactively. So if something was legal and then it becomes illegal, you can't come back and sue when it was legal. So if say you giving cigarettes to people under the age of 15 was legal, and then they make it illegal, you can't go back and say, well, I'm gonna sue you for giving cigarettes. So that's I get your points, Sister Heflin, but yeah, so that's why we can't go back to, because it was legal. Bro George, when I was talking about the possibility that HBCUs will lose 5 to 15% of their funding for race initiatives, that's something different than that mandate for to get white students. That's something different. When I say that HBCUs have a 5 to 15% funding for race initiatives, so for instance, the sociology majors at HBCUs get a grant for a 24-month study on some issue in the African American community under sociology, that can now be removed. Or you get political science get something. Or let's say that Jackson State Education Department has an initiative to increase the enrollment of African Americans in a particular program. Those are the types of things that, when you look at the funding that most HBCUs get, public and private, about 5 to 15% of those are specific race funding initiatives that can be removed under the Supreme Court's current ruling. So, Brother George, let me know if that makes sense, the way I explained that. I hope I explained that well.
Y'all are funny.
So, in just saying that, so it is mostly a PWI issue, but it will have some trickle-down effect to some of the funding that HBCUs get as well.
There will be collateral damage. We just don't know exactly what it will be or when it will happen. But to what Jerome and C. Lee were saying earlier, there has to be some new spaces. And like what Rochelle was saying earlier too, is we have to carve out some new spaces. We have to think differently outside the box when it comes to giving. And it's not just giving of money though. It's giving of time. This younger generation doesn't know what it's like to go out and give their time to somebody else bigger than themselves. So even if you don't have cash, there's businesses out there, and I'm facing it now with a couple people. There's businesses out there, even though if they can't give cash because they're not cash flowing, they might be able to go out there and do a service project for the school. Go trim the bushes or replace windows, whatever it may be. And that saves the school money. And two, it's good. It really is good marketing for that business.
Yeah. And BBV, I don't disagree with you when you talk about the expansion of the Supreme Court. But the only thing I will say is that expansion is still going to be based on who the president is to pick the people. Yep. And I wrote an article on this a while back, and you know what, one of the turning tides, and I hate to mention this, but it's true, one of the turning tides of the court was when oh God, why did I just go blank? What's my man? Thurgood Marshall. Was it Carter wanted to replace? Was it Carter wanted to replace Thurgood? And Thurgood Marshall like, no, I'm good. I'm good. And then the minute Reagan get in, Marshall like, I'm tired. I want to go home. We was all like, oh, come on, man. Oh, but better not be tired now. So that actually was the beginning. So a lot of that, it has to do with just the election of presidents. I would say, and I want to be clear about this, because I'm kind of on the I'm still kind of on the fence about this. But rather than expanding the Supreme Court, a better battle would be moving from the Electoral College to a popular vote. Now, here's the only thing about going to a popular vote, right? Mm-hmm. If you go to a popular vote, that means that states with the largest population are going to drive national policy. So I know that we don't like the Electoral College because we are always on the short end of the stick. But if you go to the popular vote, California, New York,
Texas,
and again, they are not big. Bush. So it was but was it Carter? It was Carter who wanted to replace Marshall, right, Trent?
Why did he want to replace him though? Because he black?
Because he was old. No, because he was old, and he knew he was old.
Yeah, and then I think he needs to be careful on them bullets.
Yeah, but after the president went to Marshall and said, "Let me replace you," he's like, "No, I'm good." And then once the Republican got in office, Marshall was like, "I'm tired, ready to go home now." So the Democratic president who said, "Let me replace you. You're old," and then he's like, "Nah, I'm good." Well, look, Trent, that may be true, but he should have stepped down when Carter had the chance. I don't want to hear that he tried to hang on and couldn't hang on due to illness. We had a chance to replace him. He decided not to step down, and we got stuck with that. So,
and like Dianne Feinstein, she got Alzheimer's and would not retire.
Exactly. Same thing. So it's like what? Yeah. So we had two justices that wouldn't allow themselves to be replaced, and that's how we kind of got into the position that we are now. But I do thank you, Trent, for replacing me. That it was Bush and not Reagan. I couldn't remember. I always get that because I forget that we was in the Bushes twice, and I always forget that we got up in them Bushes twice. And sometimes when you're in the Bushes twice, it feels like there's one long push. I'm sorry, my bad. I don't want to get kid flagged. Yeah.
I just want to answer a question to Tony Yarber because somebody else asked earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt. We are still holding steady. We haven't crossed the 7,000 threshold just yet on the number of the season tickets, so we still haven't crossed the 7,000 threshold on season tickets. How
many did we do last year, though?
Last year the number was just under 8, but the year before, Prime's first year, we did I want to say about 8,400, but the highest we've ever done was 86 and some change.
86,000. We average 40,000. That's so crazy. We got a 30. Okay. Well, come on, people, get your tickets. Get your tickets. Get your.
Brother Celia, I wanted to comment on one of the things you brought up. You said we can't necessarily sue from a retroactive standpoint, but you know what? It may be time for a new Ayers case. And as we all know, Jake Ayers, he was a parent of a student, and of course, he took his child to Jackson State and the other two HBCUs, public HBCUs. They also took his child to Ole Miss and Mississippi State, and that's what I guess from the observations he noticed, that's what spurred the Ayers case in the 70s. I honestly feel like it may be time for a new Ayers case, and we have a lot of leg to stand on.
So I'll be with you, Jerome, and you probably looked at this paperwork since I have. The two hurdle, well, only one hurdle would be if, and Trent may know this as well. So you and Trent may know this because it's been a minute since I looked at the paperwork. When we settled, I think there was wording or verbiage in the settlement that we couldn't revisit those particular claims again. Is that true or not? Do you remember that verbiage in there?
I do not remember that. I'm going to reach out to Aaron Thompson because he's an expert on that case.
Find out about that, and then so what we would have to do then, to your second point, Brother Jerome, was prove that additional issues have occurred since the settling of the Ayers case. So what we would have to do is, so for instance, one would be when they continue to disallow a new dorm for Jackson State, and yet at the same time we were trying to improve our enrollment. That would be where you could start a new Ayers case by saying that here's evidence we needed a new dorm. You wouldn't give us the new dorm. That hurt our enrollment. Therefore, you have discriminated in a way that stopped our growth, if that makes sense. So any new Ayers case type of litigation would have to be on new issues of discrimination that we can prove.
Or start the new case.
One of them.
And to Evelyn Loveland, how can I say this? So the loan forgiveness program, how do I want to say this? How do I want to address this?
Just go and say it.
That was one of those, you know, like in your playbook, you got to play in your playbook, and if it works, cool. If it doesn't work, cool. So when Biden was touting the loan forgiveness program, he knew that was going to be a great opportunity, particularly with the makeup of the Supreme Court being the way it is, that he could never fulfill that. So you have to understand that just because it may be a good idea to most of us, you have to look at the lay of the land and go, this is going to be a legal challenge. What's the makeup of the judges? And will this initiative survive the makeup of the judges. And I knew that the loan forgiveness program would never survive a Supreme Court challenge. I mean, it's just you know, so that's the issue. Do I think it was a good idea? I mean, there are too many people who can't build wealth because of student loans. But you have to look at the court system and go, if someone, and I knew that there was no way that a loan forgiveness program would ever. And also, you also have to think about the mentality of economic strategies. All economic strategists, there's going to be very few economic people who are into economic strategizing who's going to be okay with forgiving loans, whether they're conservative or liberal. There are very few economic strategists who are going to say, yeah, we okay with forgiving loans. That's just not in the vernacular or in the program of economic strategists, no matter they're conservative or liberal. So that's, I hope, Sister Loving, that I answered it to a way that makes you understand that I knew that promise was dead on arrival before he even got that out good.
But see, Lee, this black lady did mention it today, and she said that, but the PP loans was a loan forgiveness. It's who they want it for. Let's be clear. The PPP loans that they did, they ain't paying that stuff back.
It all depends.
Those were loans that they gave those people, and the majority of them that gave it, unfortunately, were white. They already know that the majority of people that would have benefited from that, but that's why those Republicans sued saying that. But the PPP loans were loan forgiveness. Them people got them loans, they didn't have to pay that back. And also, they did loan forgiveness.
Sister Rochelle, the ones that were mandated, I like those words, the ones that were mandated to be paid back, they got paid back and you went to jail.
But I'm talking about the ones that was not.
Okay.
The major ones that got Bitcoins, like a lot of
But they go back to what he just said, though, Rochelle. The ones who were mandated to.
And also, they gave money. They paid off the loans. They do who they want to do because they did it for the banks. So
that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem.
That's what we're saying, Rochelle. That's what we're saying. The ones who were mandated, they had to pay back. But look, when you make the laws, you control to do what you want to do. The ones who were mandated to pay back had to pay back when you was going to jail. But we throwing everybody else.
Right.
Let's take race out of this. Let's take race out of this, okay? Who really runs the country? It's not the politicians. It's the businesses.
Right.
The businesses need small businesses. So those PPP loans were for the small businesses so they can stay in business to keep the big businesses productive.
Yep.
And so if you think about all the different lobbyists, they're the ones that control the economy. They're the ones that control the offices. I mean, from the local government all the way up to the federal government, it's the lobbyists that control everything. And so if you have and look at all the politicians that got in trouble for PPP loans.
They ain't paying back though.
But you haven't seen too many small businesses get in trouble. You've seen some scammers.
Right.
But they were already scamming before PPP.
Right.
The other problem with student loans is they were only going to forgive federal student loans, not private student loans. So if you got a student loan from a bank, you still owe that money.
Right.
But if you got a federal student loan and it was forgiven, well, who's going to replace that tax money?
Right. Bingo. Say that again.
Because the interest from federal student loans goes back to the federal government.
Yep.
And so if that goes away, then you put the economy even under more stress and put our federal government under more, what's the word, in default, closer to default. And then we have an economic problem.
We didn't gave them people in that damn war $1 gazillion more than what we owe in loans. So we got money.
100%. 100%.
So I don't want to hear it. I don't want that.
We're not disagreeing with you.
Listen, I'm just telling you the facts. I'm not saying you're wrong.
I know what you're saying, but
I'm telling you what's going on.
We get money when we want it.
Here's the other thing, like with the Ukraine thing too. So there's so much money going over in Ukraine. I don't know if everybody noticed this, but we sent a bunch of equipment over there.
Yep.
And all of a sudden it was reclassified or re-estimated that we didn't give them enough money. And so that's another stress on our tax dollars. So if that doesn't change, and if the student loan forgiveness doesn't happen, and even with the PPP, even if we didn't get the PPP loans, our economy would have collapsed on itself. And it's all because we're giving out free money for what? What are we getting in return?
I just wanted to jump in.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Jerome.
Oh no, I just wanted to jump in. You know, this entire conversation got me thinking. The HBC community as a whole, given over the events of the last 24 hours, it makes me feel like we are all being very reactionary. And me personally, I hate to be reactionary. You know, I invest, I have great insurance, et cetera, retirement plans, because I'm planning for my future. So with that being said, I do not want Jackson State to be reactionary anymore moving forward. And I want to get some feedback from you guys, Brother Willie and Rochelle and Celie and Ken, everybody that's on the panel. Is it possible that we can form relationships with political experts who already know things that are coming down the pipeline that can give us a heads up? I'm pretty sure there's some big PWIs that have those type of lobbyists or have those type of relationships and connections. But can we form those relationships with political experts or politicians to put us on game so that we won't be so reactionary moving forward?
Celie?
They won't give us water.
I want to be quick. Brother Jerome, can you ask?
I'm going to answer that too, but go ahead, Celie.
Brother Jerome, can you phrase the last part of that question?
Yes. Is it possible that we can form, whether it's among alums or the actual institution, form relationships with political experts and or politicians, elected officials, I should say, who are privy to information that is coming down the pipeline so that we won't be so reactionary moving forward? Because I think you mentioned, Celie, this affirmative action, this has been in movement since the early 90s. So it makes us wonder, why are we being so reactionary now? All of us should have been planning for this day 20, 30 years ago.
Yep. So that's a great question. And I want to mention something. I know Brother Trent is going to remember this because I think Trent was even a part of it. So some of y'all may have heard of two groups, the Young Dems and the Young Republicans. That's exactly what Young Dems and Young Republicans are. They're just like any other college organization. They are organizations where the Democrats and Republicans get these chapters on college campuses, and the whole goal is to do exactly what you said, Brother Jerome. Not only indoctrinate them to the party, but connect them. So, for instance, the Young Dems would have somebody from Jackson State who would be an intern for Benny Thompson, who would get service credit or college credit working in Benny Thompson's office. So he would be learning all these things and then strategizing and teaching college students. And then also that like all organizations will report back to the SGA, because every organization on campus has an SGA representative. So then that person will report to the SGA. Then the SGA body would take that up, report to the university administrators, and then this is how we could all work with this. The problem is, for whatever reason, the Young Dem college organizations died about 15 years ago, and I don't know if I'm being liberal in that, and Brother Trent can let me know, because I don't remember a real Young Dems organization in the last 10 years. So the answer is, one, yes, Brother Jerome. Two, we had that. And three, for whatever reason, the Young Dems just went away. Now, I will also add to that, what also went away with that was community caucusing. Because community caucusing started with homeowners association. But I want to add to this when I say homeowners association. If you are a renter, you need to organize a renters association. We think that only homeowners should be organized around politics. No, renters are the first people they come from. And then once you organize your renters association, you need to go get and kick in the damn door to the homeowners association and say, we want to be a part of this meeting too. because it is through the community caucuses that you are able to then feather out and get the people you want to run for office or to intern and to be locked into, say, a Congressman Thompson internship so you can have the information. So if it's not going to be Young Dems, and I don't want people to think, well, he's on here pushing Young Dems. No. Whatever organization, if it's not the Young Dems that can do what Brother Jerome is saying, the question is, one, why did the Young Dems die? And two, who's on the campuses now to make sure that those organizations, that either that organization or another organization like that gets restarted so we can have people pipeline in. Because, yeah, you, Brother John, in the 90s, I wrote about 13 articles about that in 93. I'll shut up.
Can I step in now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. First of all, to C. Lee's point, yes, I was a part of the Young Democrats. I do want to point out that I was a part of the Young Democrats in the mid to late 1980s. So whatever has happened in the last 15 years, I'm not able to speak to. So
that makes my point. That makes my point that it's probably a dead organization.
So second thing, and I want to give a shout out to Eric Fleming, who was the SGA president my freshman year. Rochelle may remember Mr. Fleming. He was also the president of the Young Democrats, and he highly encouraged people being active. So if there are people on campus who are interested in restarting the Young Democrats, I've been active in Democratic politics, and I'd be more than happy to help one way or the other. So, to that. A couple other points that I was not able to make earlier because, John Legend was playing. But point number one, and this probably goes back an hour. People. Hey, I'm not going to be responsible for nobody's copyright infringements. But Seeley made this point headed towards an hour ago now. And he said that, that white women and black people vote against their own interests, and I just want to kind of make a point, and I do not disagree with Seeley's premise, but what I want to say is that what is in your own interest is subjective and not objective. And what has been my observation is that in particular, white Southern women, if not a lot of white women in general, they prioritize, because, what is in your interest depends on your priorities. Mm-hmm. And what has been my observation is that white Southern women in particular prioritize whiteness over womanhood.
Right.
And so they can be anti-abortion or they can be anti-family planning because historically speaking, they've always depended on the white man to make sure that they were protected in the first place. Mm-hmm. And because of the history of slavery in this country, the one thing that we are certain of is that black women have never been able to depend on the black man for their protection because the black man has always been persecuted. The black man has always been sold off.
Right.
Black man has always been sold off. This is mine.
And that's the sole reason why earlier I mentioned to Rochelle that even though white women voted against their best interest, they were still going to win no matter what happened because things were going to work in their favor anyway. They're in a no-lose position in any of this.
Right. You on mute.
I think we, to your point, Brother Jerome, you talked about being like, how can we not be reactionary? First things first is we have to get a president in place. That's going to align with, I think that's the thing from a Jackson State standpoint. It's absolute. I think this presidency, like who we put in office right now, will come in kind of knowing the climate that we're currently in. We have a great advocate in Congress, in Benny Thompson. I think we can start there, trying to formulate a meeting with, and in that meeting, we should summon all of our alums that are in some political arena and invite them in for kind of a roundtable discussion and to help with the planning, because they are the ones that are in the know. I think we can kind of see the writing on the wall, though. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The thing about what we're talking about with intentional funding is that intentional actions in relation to anything is the thing that affects adults when we're like operating from day to day is usually the small stuff. Because the big stuff, you kind of account for that. Either you can get it or you can't get it. Kind of how it works with the big stuff. You pay your rent, you pay your car note. Ain't the stuff that really like gets you, because usually you're gonna base your lifestyle based off of those few things. But it's the car insurance, it's the car note, it's the you know what I'm saying, the Netflix, it's the cable, it's the internet. All that stuff adds up. That's where we come in at when it comes to intentional funding. When we talk about like how much money are we really leaving on the table by not being specific with something? So what I would say is, even if you just take what we do, let's make it simple. Let's not reinvent the wheel and change everything. I'm back on the day of giving right now. How about we incorporate on top of that something additional, one thing to the side? Is there a project that we're working on? Is there something that we need? Is there something that that we can get young folk involved in? You know what I'm saying? Is it something that they need to affect campus life? You know what I'm saying? That could improve that could be an immediate, make an immediate impact. I know we used to give away, do we still give out iPads to all the freshmen that come in? Like, is that something we still do? Or is that not something we do anymore? Like, I can't answer that right now, but I'm just saying, like, if it's something that we need to do or that we can do to enhance, like, or incentivize, there go that word again, our students for choosing Jackson State, there might be an opportunity, because what you tend to do is that if you don't be proactive, what do you say? You be reactive, or you be pretty stagnant in your approaches, right? So if your standard is $697,000 raised in a day of giving, right at $700K, imagine what you can do with $300,000. Where's that $300,000 coming from, Ken? Maybe if I do something a little different, I can garner an extra $300K if I'm being intentional about how I go grab that. I think you take the same approach and you just move it around every single thing. It's the same thing. Okay, you want to know what's coming down the pipe? We start with our alumni base. We take the networks that we say that we have, and we start with the alumni chapters, right? Where each chapter figure out if there's someone that's in public policy, there's someone that's in politics, someone that, you know what I'm saying, someone that works in some type of political arena, and let's get the communication out. Communication travels fast. Okay, what are we going to do with that? Maybe you set up a Zoom call, the initial meet and greet, kind of a meeting of the mind to talk about what it is we're trying to do. Then when we fast forward, we incorporate, I'm going to mute whoever it is, I'm hearing some background noise. You incorporate some food, a meeting. Hear me out. We're going to be intentional about getting you to the table, because we're going to create the environment and we're going to make it to where you can't say no. What is the one thing that makes people say no? Time and money. Okay, let's get on a Zoom call. Let's figure out what's a date that works for everybody. And we're not going to put the financial burden on you to do that, because we're going to make sure everybody could be there, and we're going to get some food in there. We're going to make sure because we're being what? We're being intentional. What are we trying to get out of this? What we're trying to get out of this is we're trying to see what's coming down the road so we can formulate a plan that's going to stop us from getting blindsided. You see what I'm saying? And then you just kind of go in accordance with that. So But I think it starts with getting a progressive leader in office that can navigate some of this stuff, because it ain't gonna change, man. You have to get somebody that's, and I ain't taking, this has nothing to do with what's in place. Please don't take this the wrong way. Nobody. We need an attractive, progressive person that fits the direction that we're going. I mean that. Why? Because you got to get some energy around this person and want to ignite folks to want to follow you. Because everybody that walk in the office we had a lot of stuff that Myers left. We know how she left. We know how Bynum left. Now Hudson is out. And that's all in a what? 10-year span in a decade. Because Myers was there when Comedy, I use Comedy as a slide rule. Comedy got fired in 2013. Guess what, family? It's 2023. That was 10 years ago. So we had Carolyn Myers that was our president then. Bynum takes over, who got a vote of confidence or no. We didn't want him. No disrespect to the man. I ain't trying to throw nobody, but we didn't. We wanted to go a different route. IHL said, no, this is who you're getting. And look at how we ended up in that situation. So I think what happens is and that's no slight to President, Dr. Elaine Hayes Anthony. She's acting president right now. I understand that. But when you're in the midst of transitioning, when you're in the midst of a transitional period, things that really move the needle on a progressive direction, it stops. It's just a stopgap. You're just trying to hold things together. But there really is no progression towards that next level. And then now you have these monumental decisions that's going to affect, there's going to be some collateral damage that's going to come from this that we're not covering tonight. And I think we'll see it later, and then we'll have to come back and start talking about it. And I'm telling you right now, I'm saying that for this reason, because me personally, I'm dealing with something right now where I'm already seeing it's a little. That's why my reaction, my proactivity to being in a space where I know I'm in a role that you can't just walk me out the door, because I'm not going to do anything unethical to allow you to do that. So you have to manage me out, and you have to do it through the pen. And because I've been on that level, I understand what you're doing. I'm 2 steps ahead of you. So I'm moving in a light to where I'm already creating a safe haven over here for myself. So when you come with me with your bullish tactics, it'll affect me, but it won't really affect me. Does that make sense? So that's kind of how we got to move. These conversations are going to be a whole lot more going forward, but those are just my ideas in relation to some of the stuff that you touched on. Anybody want to jump in on that?
Yeah. So you talking about the day of giving and all that stuff, we just need to help people understand that they don't have to just give on that one day.
Not at all.
Whether it's $50 a month, $25 a month, you can give all year long, whatever it is. And and we proved it on this channel. Every little bit helps. You mentioned earlier, not even 1,000 people gave, but if you did have 1,000 people giving $50, it's a lot easier on everybody's pocket, but you reach your goal.
Don't tell me what I don't understand. I do understand how it works. I just think what you do is that sometimes you hear something and you formulate a thought based off of a few words that wasn't solely directed and covered on that. It's impossible for me to cover the whole gambit without talking for 2 hours straight. So no, I do understand how it works. Politics are politics, brother.
Yep.
And trust me, I understand it. And I could go farther in depth with Jackson State relations than you think I can. But you have to understand that when you are in the know of certain things and you're in somewhat of a public light, the other thing that has to be juggled between is you don't want to affect relationships. You don't want to say too much. You don't want to ouch. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing that now. You get what I'm saying? So don't say what I don't understand. Trust me, I do. And I ain't taking no offense to it. Just leave me alone with that. Let's go back to Willie.
Yeah, and the big picture is, if you want to affect the most change, you got to get involved in local politics. When it comes to the JSU president, that's a local politic thing. When it comes to the electoral college, again, that's a local politic thing. We got to get more involved in our local elections. Stop focusing on the federal elections because it's the local people who are going to hold the federal people accountable. Now, when it comes to the federal government, the Congress and Senate and all those different folks, we hire them. They work for us, and we got to hold them accountable. And I think that's where everybody, the whole country, whether it's blue, red, doesn't matter. Everybody's failing in holding those folks accountable. And that's the point I would make with Jerome. I think it was Jerome who asked that question, like, what do? We got to start grassroots, holding people accountable for what we hire them to do.
We got to stop arguing over trash contracts and every little thing on the local level. I don't even, Lord have mercy. We got ways to go in certain aspects, but anywho, anybody else want to jump in? I ain't mean to cut you off, brother.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think Doc had a chance. I don't think Doc had a chance to say something. I know he's been waiting.
Yeah. What you got, Doc?
Oh man, I'm good. I'm enjoying the whole conversation about what was going on and what happened yesterday, and what you was talking about as far as with who our next president of the university should be. I think when it comes to our HBCUs, especially Jackson State, we all need to have some sort of a progressive-minded president or chancellor or provost that's in charge that knows to be within the times with these, the times that we living in right now. And hopefully.
Bro, you typing, bro?
No, that's not me.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But I hopefully with whoever we get as our next, like I said, whoever we get as our next president is progressive, who has a progressive mind, who has a forward-thinking mind, and we need that,
right?
And like you said, no shot to the other presidents that we had, but I mean, we in some instances we didn't get it right. Like you said with Bonham, we didn't.
You're right. It ain't no shot at nobody.
Yeah,
we ain't gonna keep giving disclaimers either, man.
Yeah,
this has been painful. It's been a painful 10 years in relation to that because man, like how many of these same member institutions that are our neighbors that have the same president over this time frame? You know what I mean? Like that's the type of stuff that, I mean, you create a level of stability. Jerome, you talked about relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Relationships are very important because I keep telling people the greatest form of capital in this world is relationship capital. But when there's high turnover in a role where you need leadership to have influence and have those relationships, man, you have to get it right. And you have that needs to be a major aspect of that. So, and then too, if you don't have those relationships, you need someone in place to establish those relationships. I do feel like President Hudson was doing a great job in that area. It's just unfortunate that things had to come to an abrupt end for whatever reason that was the cause of that. But it puts us in a situation where things are okay. We're good. You get what I'm saying? But now we are I think we're going to be better from it because I think we're going to be very intentional. We have someone that an alum that's on the IHL board, and we have I think a solid search committee or whatever have you. And I guess we just have to stay very close to that process and make sure that we get what we really need this time around. You know what I mean? So,
hey Ken, I just want to dive in real quick. Relationships very important. Kudos to President Hudson that all the work he did. Everybody saw how he went around the nation, forming all those relationships, signing all those MOUs for our students to be able to go to medical school, law school, all across the country. We need that same energy in our next president. I don't know if you guys are privy to this brother. His name is Dr. James T. Minor. He was at Jackson State in the 90s, played baseball, member of Kappa Alpha Psi. I'm not going to throw I'll just say this. He's very impressive. And I think that the things that Ken and Doc Holliday mentioned and what we're looking for, as far as not only relationships, but resources and connections, that is somebody that, I'm going to need all y'all to Google that brother, Google what
I don't
he's
need to
done.
Google him. I know everything about him. I second that and third it.
I mean, impressive brother, man. And just looking at what he's done since he left Jackson State, in Capitol Hill, also out in California, and now as the president.
Out here on the West Coast with me. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, now he's, I think for the last year or two, he's been the president of Southern Illinois University.
Yeah.
So if you guys can maybe Google that brother and show some support, hopefully, he'll be the next head at Jackson State.
That'd be a great day for us, man. If that's the case, I'll until it's on pen and paper. You know what I mean? It's like you almost don't you don't want to get your hopes up or whatever. But great, very impressive individual. I think he'd be a great replacement. But we'll see. But in the meantime, we got work to do. We got work to continue to do. And we're going to continue to do our part. It goes back to where can you go and have these conversations in our community right now in the space that we're in? Like, where are these conversations? I'm talking about for real. Not saying that they're not happening, but I'm just talking about that are really like moving the needle. And that's why I'm so appreciative of those that have done everything that they could to help support this platform. And this is why we keep going. I stand on the fact that if a terrible person could lead a movement that could affect millions and millions of people from a detrimental standpoint, all because of the fact that they were able to control the media, then that speaks to why it's important for us to be able to tell our own story and control our own narratives. Because don't expect nobody, everybody that's doing the work from a university standpoint, just everyone, it's important to do our part, do the best we can, and support. You know what I mean? So I'm thankful for that, and we got to keep it rolling. Anybody else got anything?
I would just add that we have to start looking at being an alum as a political activity as much as being a social activity. Until we look at our giving as a political tool, our fundraising as a political tool, coming back to that question, that definition of power. Power is the ability to make things happen or to stop things from happening. And the one tool that we have to make things happen is to give money. I say it all the time, and I know we joke about it, but the very person who complained about giving to their church is the first person who complained when the air conditioner don't work. Is the first person to complain when the heat don't work in the winter. Yet you didn't give any money to make sure that the utilities and what we have work. And so we have to start telling people that when you pay your alumni dues, and I didn't even know, Ken, I didn't even know that I had signed up to have my alumni dues automatically. So I got that email today, and they was like, yeah, your national and local alumni dues was taken out. I was like, I hope I had enough in the bank to cover it. Let me check right quick. So I didn't want to Trustmark keep me with that little red. I think it's $45 now with the overdraft for Trustmark. But until we understand that being an alum of a school is a political activity, and it is some of the greatest power we can wield, we will always be, one, reactive, and two, we will never achieve full citizenship because we will never achieve full sovereignty. That's it for me.
That's good. And as a supporter, I look at it this way too. even if you don't have money to give, you can help the university save money by giving your time and clean up, painting, whatever, right? So even if you don't have money to give, helping them save money is just as important. But to be an alum of a school is a privilege. And I'm not saying you wouldn't be where you're at without the school, but where would you be without the school? And so to give back is basically again, it's not replacing a tithe, but you're tithing back to a school just like you would tithe back to a church.
Hey,
it's a way of giving back.
Kenny, brother, that Mr. Jerome referred to, you guys say he's the president of another school, and if so, if he is or he isn't that it's still picked by IHL? I mean, how? I mean,
he was actually our pick before Bynum. Bynum got a resounding no.
and let's be clear when he said Bynum got a resounding no, TD. And I hope Zoe is listening so he can chime in with Ken and Brother William and Brother Jerome. Let me tell you how bad it was, Brother TD. And I'm gonna ask you a question, Brother TD. Think about the NC2A tournament. Forget about the first round. Think about the play-in game. Have you ever known a team to lose by 20 points in the play-in game, and then the NC2A say, well, we just gonna put him in the Final Four? Because that's what the hell happened to Biden. He didn't make it out the playoff. He didn't make it out the play-in game. The students didn't want him. The faculty didn't want him. The staff didn't want him, and the alumni didn't want him. Nobody wanted him. In fact, not only did we not want him, the people at Valley was like, who the hell gonna take him from us? Like literally, people from Valley was calling us like, thank you. So to your point, TD, and I think a lot of people, they put in the IHL and all that. Yeah, we have to have these kind of conversations, and these are the conversations around the selection of the next president. Is that we have to be in those meetings and saying, Biden was y'all fault. He got a resounding no from all four entities: students, teachers, staff, alumni. And yet they still walked him in through the back door. Like people were like, who, what? Because when he first showed up at that last meeting, we thought he was just coming to check it out, like be an observer.
I'll never forget the day because when you get that, bro, please tell me this ain't real. You see my face? I was like,
Ken, it was so bad when they announced his name as successor. I was watching the live stream and it was filled with alumni. Folks immediately started cussing, making threats. Everybody walked out of that.
It was bad, man.
It was really bad, man.
So does, speaking of that, and does that go back to the word of the night, intentional?
And also, I'm glad you got me here because I didn't want to get off without saying this. Here's the other myth that it's not a myth, it's the history that we don't know. There's never been change in America until Black people wanted to usurp white people's pocketbooks by separating ourselves from the system. That is, until we are willing to deny our services, deny our labor. Let me say this to everybody in the chat, everybody who may watch this on recording. There's never been a law in America that's been changed because white people all of a sudden got nice and got the spirit and said, we gonna be better. That has never happened. There has never been a moment in American history when white people said, dang, this is wrong to Black people. Let's change. The only time laws were ever changed is when Black people decided, if you don't change this law, we're going to remove our labor. We're going to remove our economic participation. That has been the only time that laws have ever been changed. And my fear, to which Ken alluded, my fear is that Are we so divided as a people, and are we so dependent upon the white power structure that we don't have it in us now to be willing to deny our labor and to deny the fact that, and I hate to use this example, but truth is truth. The Confederate flag was not changed because white people had a change of heart. The Confederate flag was removed because the NC2A said that until you remove that flag, we're not going to have any NC2A sanctioned events in the state of Mississippi. Mm-hmm. That was the only reason it was changed. It was not changed because the majority of white people, in fact, that's why the racist white legislature wouldn't even put it to a state vote again, because the last time they put it to a state vote, it was resoundingly defeated because all of the majority of the white people in the state of Mississippi voted to keep the Confederate flag. So at what point will we as black people decide that we're going to separate ourselves economically, separate our labor, and not be a part of the system? Because that's the only thing, the only two things that have ever worked have been us denying our labor and economics to that system, and us creating our own economic system. It's the only two things that have ever worked. And it seems that in 2023, the vast majority of black people are not willing to do either of those. I'll shut up.
We're not. I don't feel very confident in that, because we've it's more of a it's kind of we're so divided that it's not even funny. Yeah, we're divided to no end. There is some great examples, but when you look at, let's move it to athletics real quick. When you look at this now, for example, they're looking to raise the tab on FCS or smaller schools to try to elevate to the FBS level. Now they're making it to where you're gonna have to really pay like you weigh now if you want to get up there. You know what I mean? And that, I feel like that's a direct shot at the smaller schools, not just the smaller schools, but the HBCUs. The reason I say that is because you go back to our previous coach again. They were given, see, when he created a visual that created fear. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, when whites get afraid of something, they can create, since they hold the power with a pen, they'll create things to put in place for more parameters to stop things from happening. Like Brother Jerome said, they're not going to be reactionary. They're going to be proactive to make sure we're going to make this as tough as possible for you to get up there. Now you factor that in with an affirmative action. Listen to me. You make that decision. Okay, so now if you do run around and find a way to elevate your program, now it's going to cost you. So not only am I going to make it to where we're going to put things in place that's going to maybe minimize your funding, I'm going to cripple you from one side. But then if you do try to get up here where the honey, you know what I'm saying, where the honey is at, it's an old saying, you got to trip over the money to get to the honey. That's the old, if something is on sale, you run in the store and you're looking for that one thing on sale, they're going to put it way at the back of the store in the corner.
Make you go through.
They're going to put all that expensive stuff in front of you, though. They're going to catch you. You know, that's the Sam's Club, Costco effect, right? But my point is that that's one of the things that's also happening, because there's big money over there that could change the trajectory of that. But with that being said, I don't think it's ever going to happen, because the one person that really could have changed it elected to take what it is. He drank from the white eye, you know what I'm saying? And I hate to talk like that, but that's really the reality of it. That's where people who say that that's a sellout, and then the people that defend the move more so than anything are those that are saying, like, it's us that would say, you're trying to stand in the way of this man elevating, when that same man is the one, then they'll come back and say, well, he did this because of that. The point I'm making is that that's why I was so bought into what was being sold to us, because he really could have done it. you have to have somebody leading the charge that is willing to take the hit, because you're gonna take a hit on the front end. The first wave of those that make the sacrifice are gonna get the least out of it. So you really need some that can take it on the chin on the front end. And we had somebody, we had a pioneer, we had a face, you know what I'm saying, that was able to do it. But what that person wound up doing is this person has adoration from this sector of our community, which is the most valued aspect of our community, which is the Black athlete. When those that revere the person that was in this space watch that person decide that, you know what, I'm going to take the same thing that you guys are taking or others are taking, and that is, I have a white school, predominant white school, Power 5, PWI, that can pay me more. That sends a better precedent. That sets a precedent for them to say, you know what, I'm gonna do what Prime did, or I'm gonna do what this. And if money is your motive, then HBCU, you're not gonna win the money battle. It's never been about money. So to Celi's point, parents are going to, and I don't know if parents, this is the problem. This is the problem. You're hog-tied. We're already the poorest in the room. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna put you in a terrible socioeconomic status. You know what I'm saying? And from that, I'm gonna put an opportunity in front of you where these kids are getting generational wealth in college now, man. You get what I'm saying? And every kid is not getting it, but some are. So my point is, if we're able to just do some things, we had some conversations with some of the coaches, if we're able to put some parameters in place, and this goes back to the conversation that the coach said. We can't have these conversations, Brother C. Lee, because we got some big heavy hitters that support JSU athletics. The problem is they're doing it alone.
Right.
We got to get out of these. Listen, I ain't trying to step on no toes, man. The clout don't do nothing for nobody but you. If your motive is to shine and get a bunch of members of the opposite sex to adore you, if self-aggrandizement or adoration from external entities that ain't got nothing to do with the greater good of the community, but it's got everything to do with that you seek for your actions, you ain't never gonna give that up. You understand what I'm saying? We have an example. I could drop the link. I'm gonna drop it in the chat, and y'all go look at this yourself, man. We right in front of us. Listen, and I was reading this, and they said this. They said a lot of big money folk, like millionaires, decided that the game ain't for us to do it alone no more. These big time donors and big time, they coming together to form like a goddamn Thanos. How you going? We already was behind the 8 ball. And now the rich done got even stronger because they're willing to create. Listen, I'm talking about executive directors on an NIL board. I said, what the hell? So you telling me you done created a whole situation and you got paid positions of folks that's managing that, and you got some of these organizations got 165 student athletes on payroll through these big ass NIL collectives. So what needs to happen is the big time money folk, everybody needs to come to the table, and we need to sit at the table, and we need to understand that we're doing this for the greater good of the institution, and not well, if I show you my hand, I'm kind of gonna help you outshine me because we too busy doing stuff for the shine. That's just what I see. That's just what I see. Imagine if we can come together. We walked in a room for one night for a few hours, and just with a few folks that was in the room, we walked out that thing with $300,000 in one night. Right. Imagine if we have those types of meetings, and we have, I ain't gonna mention no names, but I'm just saying that's how you change the game. And I'm gonna shut up and let somebody jump in, but I'm gonna post this link in this chat because I want y'all to go read it for yourself and let y'all know that I ain't just yapping and running my mouth. I'm gonna share. It's from On3, and I'm gonna pin it in the chat as well. And for anybody that want to read it, they can read it. But I promise y'all, man, this is the key. This is the answer. I just dropped that, and I'm gonna replace the pinned message with that message. So the message has been pinned to the chat. Check it out for yourself. You go read it, and it's the top 20 most ambitious NIL collectives year 2, and you see what I'm talking about. They don't go in depth, but they got enough information on there for you to see what I'm talking about. Athletics is the what's the word that I could use? That athletics is what the front door to the schools coming in. Like what would be a good word for that?
The front porch.
The front porch. So a lot of these folks are saying, you know, what about the other student athlete? No, like football, especially at HBCU. Do you know that football funds all sports? Yep. Well, at Jackson State, we have the privy of our basketball program being one of the only programs in the SWAC that pay cost of attendance. That's a game changer for us.
No, sir. Not one of the only. The only.
I appreciate you for correcting me on that. The only HBCU in our conference that pay cost of attendance. That is major. But how can we come together and put something in place for Coach Mo Williams, listen to me, and help him build a product and a program that can mirror a Gonzaga? Because Gonzaga won nothing prior to getting to the tournaments, prior to, about Title IX, man. We not just basketball. We talking about, I ain't even touching that, man. Go back to what we were saying.
Oh, man, Title IX for women's sports.
Yeah, we got, I ain't even.
It's good, man.
We also have something for, it would also be the same for Coach Tamika Reed, who has the best HBCU program over the last 5 years. And it ain't even close. Can't even argue it. I'm talking about, we talked to Coach Tamika Reed just the other day, Zoe and I, and she was talking about schools that don't want to play her.
Right.
Having to find folk to play.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So just imagine if we were able to form a collective. Somebody posted in the chat, the basketball team has a online collective. We can go and become a member, and we can join to get signed up for monthly donations. That money can go on top of that money. You understand what I'm saying? So there are some ways, but it's going to take a collaborative effort. And I hate to be so long-winded about this, but that's what it's going to take. It's going to take some unity. It's going to take some unity. I'm sorry, man. It's what it's going to take. That's what it's going to take. But our community is too busy trying to one-up one another. That's what we stuck on. We stuck on trying to outshine the next person. I'm trying to outdo you. I got more money than you. I got more women than you. I got more men than you. Whoever sex that, however you want to do. I got more cars than you. I got more than you.
You said
it's never about the greater good of the community. It's never about the greater good of the university as a collective unit. I'm not saying that folks ain't doing phenomenal stuff. We demonstrated that if you take a group of individuals and you put together a collective effort, you can do some phenomenal things in a very short period of time. That's what we demonstrated. I ain't telling you what nobody told me. I'm telling you what y'all witnessed with your own 2 eyeballs from what we did in 8 streams. That is a very small microcosm of what I'm talking about. And I could also go further and tell you that KC 1400 Media has NIL deals in place as a result of collective efforts. So I ain't telling you what nobody told us. You understand what I'm saying? I'm telling you straight up what we're doing. And it's on a very small level, but because we're doing it on a micro level, I can see it on the macro if we would come together. And the biggest obstacle that we run into in the efforts in which we've tried to do is you just can't get the support in masses. When in actuality, some of these other schools run circles around us 75 times in a row before we even make our first lap because we're just not unified. And that's why we have been trying to foster a environment of trust, of transparency. You understand what I'm saying? That's why we do it the way that we do it, and we hope that we can continue to build trust and continue to do what we do. Ain't nobody else gonna do it. If we ain't gonna do it, who gonna do it? I'm just being honest. I ain't trying to step on nobody's toes. I ain't trying to be offensive. If I don't know what you're doing, you know I don't know what you're doing. So why are you getting offended anyway? Ken is I'm in LA. I ain't around you like that. I don't know your business. So you know I ain't speaking on what you're doing or ain't doing. So let's not even go there. The point I'm making is imagine what we can do. Oh, I'm gonna go there too. And I know that it's pricked. I'm gonna say this too. I know that what we've done has pricked a few folks. Because a lot of folks do stuff for the shine. I don't want that. TD will tell you. When we was called up there to present what I just wanted to say, as Brother C. Lee and Jerome, listen, I just wanted to say what we had for you, and I wanted to get the hell out of the way.
I was expecting a speech.
I know you were. What I say, TD? This is what we got. Thank you, everybody. I said, no, I'm good. Zoe will tell you, I grabbed Zoe.
Right.
Put Zoe up there, and Zoe took the mic, and I walked out. I was like, I don't need no shine, because I don't do it for that.
And I'll just say two quick things. One of them, I really shouldn't address the second one, but I will anyway. So the first thing is, in 6 months, Ken, this platform has raised $100,000. Yet there are YouTubers who've been on air for 3 years and have not raised one dime for one HBCU and have built their platform of denigrating other HBCUs. And that's what you mean when you say, are you in it for the love of the culture, or are you in it to uplift yourself? If you've been on air for 3 years and you never raised one penny for one HBCU, who really is the Judas? Who really is the cannibal in our culture? And I get so tired of so many Jackson State people supporting the Judases and the cannibals in our culture, lining their pockets with the 30 pieces of silver, when you know that there are platforms that are actually doing the work. So that's the first point I wanted to make. And then and please send your replies to CD Mac, and don't send them to Ken, don't send them to Zoe. That was me.
Don't send them to me.
Please send them to me, and just understand I make my living with words. So you may want to type that email and check it real good before you send it, because I'm going to embarrass you. So you can email me if you want to. Secondly, and again, okay, so EA said that the Montgomery bus boycott didn't change white folks because we stopped riding, and changed because black bus companies started popping up taxi service, your own economy that got.
The what?
Well, is my point. The point, EA, is that those two things are not mutually exclusive. That was my point. They're not mutually exclusive. My point was that once black people started separating their labor and economics, it hurt the white pocketbook, and that is why they changed. The byproduct of us separating ourselves and denying our labor is that we were able to fund our own institutions. So it's not one over the other. It's those two things. And because I'm one of the rare black nationalists, because most people who attend HBCUs are not black nationalists, they're integrationists. As one of the rare black nationalists, I've always promoted. In fact, those 13 articles that I wrote about, published in the 90s about affirmative action, was written from a black nationalist standpoint. And I'll always start with, at what point do y'all going to realize that white people deconstructing affirmative action is telling you how they really feel about you? Come on home to black nationalism. But even though that was my position, EA, my point, and the point that cannot be refuted, is that the only time change ever happened in this country was not because white people had love in their heart for black people. It was because white people feared losing money, because whenever black people live by a very simple Negro spiritual, before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave. And the problem is we're too weak to live by that now. And I will say something else, and I'll end on this. Until black people love freedom more than life itself, we will always be second-class citizens. That's it.
Amen. Anybody?
Well, yes. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Pass the collection plate.
Right. One of the things, one of the things that was said.
Go ahead, TD. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. One of the things that was said earlier in the show, and I saw I think the 85 Tiger show, gentleman mentioned it. Even with the black people who are empowered, and you can go to the Supreme Court with this, how many of them still going to support, support the cause? How many of them are still going to look over you because they've made it? You know what I'm saying? It's funny that the same thing that helped drive this man to be in his position is the same thing he helped knock down. So now that I've made it, you know what I'm saying? What am I going to do? Now I'm going to look over you to see, and not help you make it.
It's oh my gosh, bro. It's clear as day. It is, man. Go ahead.
But that's also the epitome of self-hatred.
That's the point.
Unfortunately, and see, here's the thing: when we say self-hatred,
this is why I'm sorry, brother. See, let me step on you. I remember being in, I was, living in Austin, Texas. Hate to say this, but I have to. And you find yourself as a black man living in an environment that's about 7-8% African American, maybe 5%. So the thing that is heavily celebrated in an environment like that is interracial dating. Okay, whether it be white, Hispanic, in Tejas, in Texas, you're in North Mexico, so you're gonna be around a lot of Latino women. You're gonna be around a lot of different other types of women. I remember reading an article about black women that said Austin, Texas, that black women in Austin, Austin, Texas is like the worst place for a black woman to exist, because you had a lot of African American men that just wasn't gonna deal with it because of the amount of celebratory practices that take place. Y'all know outside communities tend to fetish black men. We get stereotyped. Follow me. And if you don't have any self-control or discipline, you would actually, as a man, be okay with being fetished and stereotyped, because it's gonna feed your appetite of flesh. For lack of better terms, it'd be easy. It's like taking candy from a baby. And I ain't just talking about Austin. I'm just talking about that's an environment that I found myself in. But in the midst of that, you find yourself in these conversations with men that look just like you, who have daughters that look just like mine, and their daughters and my daughters, we all look the same. And you actually celebrate a mentality that is detrimental to an environment that's going to be horrible for them. Meaning, you date who you want to date. I don't have no problem with that. But when you date in this particular space, and on the flip side, you tend to tear down those that look like you, your mama, and your daughter, that happens a lot. It happens a lot. And the question I had was, because this goes back to the self-hatred that Brother C. Lee was talking about, is why would you be okay with a mindset that creates an environment that's absolutely catastrophic for your child, man? Like, you got black girls, man, and you don't think about it. You're just thinking about it from a selfish standpoint. I'm only saying that for this reason. The average person that you talk to, that, you know, unfortunately, you deal that one of the biggest things that transpires in our community is just selfishness, self-centeredness. We're self-absorbed. If you hate yourself and you're only worried about yourself, you just do you. I'm gonna do me. It's never anything from a community standpoint. I ain't gonna say never. I'm just talking about as a whole, the macro in our community. There's small pockets that show forth unity, but we're talking about a macro level that could start a movement to counterpunch what transpired this week. You understand what I'm saying? I just don't know if there's any institutions in place, and I don't mean institutions like schools. I just mean like where are we going to start? If we're being honest. And I'm just saying, is it too far gone? Is it a waste of time? Or do we just have to hit the reset button, go grassroots, start over? You know what I'm saying? Like, where does that start at? Because we know the answers to the test, but boy, we so far away from where we were. You get a Jackie Walker that comes on. You get these. I got a Leon Seals that I'm connected with that's going to bring on the stream. These big time players that could have played at the Mississippi States, at the Ole Misses, but they played at a Jackson State. So you want to get their perspective on why they would choose it and how we can get those players to really love Jackson State, to really want to come. You know what I'm saying? And all it really does take a real Travis Hunter situation. And I don't mean a situation where a big-time player was following a coach that knew they were going to leave in a short period of time. I'm talking about somebody that really wanted to champion the mission. But unfortunately, the thing that is also in place is the diminishing of their talents. The scouts turn a different eye. It just goes back to those point with affirmative action. It's going to affect so many other things, man.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? And that's the thing that we just don't know what all is going to happen as a result of that. So anyway, I pause right there. But I just wanted to that came to mind when you mentioned about self-hatred, man. Every time I think about that, I'm just like, my goodness, that happens for real. That's really like that, where we find ourselves just, it is what it is, man. I love to see the change. I love to see it. But if I'm being honest, I don't believe it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So I would disagree with the self-hatred thing. I don't know if it's self-hatred. I think it's more self-sabotage that looks like self-hatred. And the reason why I say that,
you disagree with self-hatred?
Yeah. I think it's more self-sabotage that looks like self-hatred when it comes to the community. And the reason why I say that is, I mean, you're right. It's about fame, fortune, you know, the shine and all those different things. How can I step on somebody else to get ahead? And the question is, like, here's what I'm saying is, you mentioned something about macro vision. That's what we need. We don't have enough people thinking big picture.
Not at all.
So if you look at the civil rights movement in the 50s and 60s, that was very big picture. And since then, we've gotten to be micro vision. What's in front of me?
Yep.
What's affecting me here, right now, today? Not necessarily. Yep. It's very selfish. And so that's why I say I don't know if it's self-hatred. It's more self-sabotage that looks like self-hatred.
I think the self-hatred aspect of it is the part where you feel like there are people who, I'm gonna just say it this way. White is right, black get back. The Stevens of the world.
Some of that. Yeah.
No. Django Quentin Tarantino was on to something. Yeah, he made it funny, but that Django thing was real. Who that nigga down that ass? That go on. That's real life.
Right.
Who do you think he is? You think
It's about privilege.
Man, who Ken think he is, man? Who Zoe them think they are?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't speak for Jackson State. That's why we say we don't speak for Jackson State.
And it's about that privilege.
That's why we
right?
say, hey man.
And Ken, with that, I'm gonna tell you, Ken, where that comes from is intimidation.
I know.
I'm not gonna go too deep, but trust me, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I could go very deep on that.
I can go deep too, man.
Yeah, man.
But
I'm telling you stuff I've dealt with firsthand, and I ain't trying to. That's why I keep saying I am trying to soften it and say,
right,
trying to step on no toes.
right.
Listen to me. This is what I'm saying. Here is your ego.
Yep.
I am very sensitive to your ego. I just want you to receive the work that we're doing and not poo-poo it because it's not coming in the form of something that's gonna make you feel all fuzzy. I understand that. I'm a straight shooter, man, and I make people uncomfortable not because of, you know what I'm saying, whatever. I don't know. I don't take no credit for it. It's like, you know.
EA got it though.
Go ahead.
Got it. The men need to be men of God first.
That's correct.
And take their rightful position in the family and stop allowing everybody else, whether it be culture or politics, to direct their steps.
Mm-hmm. That can happen on the that can that's a micro thing now.
It is.
That's going on right now. But there have been a lot of attempts. There have been a lot of things put in place to tear that up amongst us.
Absolutely.
But go ahead.
I would only add, and that's to D85 Tiger Show and the brother George. I would only add. I'll just do it this way. The only tweak I'm going to make is the boys is often misquoted when discussing the talented 10th mentality, because the boys' actual quote, what he actually said in the Souls of Black Folks and in another article, was that we need the Black people who are at the top to reach back and pull up another 10%.
That is so true.
And then another 10% to reach back and pull up another 10%. And so a lot of times Du Bois's quote about the talented 10th is taking out of context that Du Bois was supporting this kind of elitist kind of talented 10th that would separate itself. No, what he was saying was that the top 10% of Black people have a responsibility to reach back and pull up other groups. Now, that being said, that doesn't mean that Du Bois was without fault, because I also remind people that although Du Bois essentially invented Pan-Africanism, right? Du Bois was the first on-record Pan-Africanist, but that was after he had grew from being an assimilationist. So I like for us to use Du Bois's life as a blueprint that even the most intelligent person can grow to become even a greater service to the community, if that makes sense. And so I just always like to be clear about what Du Bois actually meant when he was discussing the talent intent and how people take it out of context. But that does not also mean that Du Bois had issues dealing with Marcus Garvey. We can go back to the debate with Marcus Garvey. Du Bois had issues with Booker T. Washington, but that doesn't mean that Booker T. Washington didn't have his issues either. What that means is that we're all flawed, and we have to be able to take the best of our ideas while understanding how to separate ourselves from the worst of our ideas, if that makes sense.
It does.
Because Du Bois not only was one of the founders of the Niagara movement that led to the NAACP, he was also one of the reasons it imploded. So, you know, and I don't tell that to say, well, he was bad. No, I'm saying he was human. He did a great thing by helping to found the Niagara movement. And then he tried to push this white woman on them, and they were like, no, hell no, we don't want her. And so to keep him from forcing her on them, they were just like, well, we'll just dissolve and that's how you got the NAACP. So I just always want to make that correction so that we understand what Du Bois meant, and that Du Bois was not himself trying to create a separate elitist entity, but he also had struggles, and that also would be mindful of us to be able to look at anybody who has flaws or who has negatives, and not to throw away their entire program just because you may disagree with one component of that program. I'll shut up.
Yeah, that's the concept of multiplication versus addition. I remember there was a story, and I can't remember the name of the story or the concept, but as a mentor, if you were to mentor one person for 1 year, and then that person, the following year, that person mentors somebody, and you find somebody else to mentor, that's the concept of multiplication. And you can get a lot further faster than if you try to mentor someone once per month. Because you can go deeper and you can go further if you spend time with the person for 1 year. So bring that back to the concept of the media group and other JSU channels. What Ken is doing, what Doc is doing, Lightsey, and some of these other guys, even First Letter, they're starting something that other HBCU platforms are just now trying to get caught up on. And it really started with just an effort of people wanting to set the record straight, right, Ken? So setting the record straight, but now raising 50 grand in 8 episodes and 8 shows, that's kind of set the bar. You know, if other schools want to start keeping up, that's what they're gonna have to start doing. So who was it? EA, I think it was, that was asking, hey, how can I start it up for, who was it, Southern?
No, it was brother Craig Hall with Texas Southern.
Okay, Texas Southern. So, you know, that's where, yeah, there's that friendly rivalry, right? It's just like in the military. The military can tease themselves, but nobody else is going to tease them. HBCUs the same way. HBCUs can tease themselves, but don't nobody else get involved. And so that's that partnership, helping each other, lift each other up, stop getting in each other's way, stop tearing each other down. We're all the same. We're all trying to get to the same place. You know, so we got to use the concept of multiplication and stop trying to add. It's a big picture, macro picture thinking.
And this is a great question right here. So, of all the possibilities to make a difference mentioned today, what would be the main point of focus we can do in this community group, especially someone like me who is not an alum? So, I have something that I had a conversation with a coach about, and we're going to stay the course and continue to do what we do. To Jerome's point earlier, we are going to do a better job of telling our story in a way that's going to promote Jackson State to the next level. Appreciate you, Brother Willie. And when we do this next level stuff, it's going to be met with media so that the world can see it, the masses can see it, and it's going to be for us and by us. Meaning it was something that we did. We taking this money. I was thinking about this too when we was thinking about it. We got this money last week from P. Diddy. And that was a good thing that, you know, Dion was at Jackson State and he got excited about the movement of and like because we should, what did he say? Because we should play for us. Remember he said that?
That's what he said.
Tyler Perry is did he buy BET? Did it finalize?
I thought it finalized, but then I heard somebody say that what's my other man with the HBCU go was still in play. So I'm not sure.
Okay. Let's say he does buy it. I had a thought today. I was like, what is he gonna do with it if he buy it? Is he gonna make more Madea movies and put them on there? Like, what's the how do you move the needle, right? I thought about this today. How interesting would it be? What if BET formed the BET Sports in their channels. Say, well, if they do a BET Sports, who they gonna hire? How about you go hire? It's a lot of black folk that just got walked out the door at ESPN. That's looking to work, possibly. There's some HBCU platforms that's doing media that we love to get in on some of that stuff. Throw us in the late night hour. We don't give a damn. Just we need the revenue, right? The point I'm making is that how many HBCUs is it? 107?
Right at that. We always fluctuate between 3 and 7.
103 to 107. Okay, my question is, how many millionaires that are black in this country? Entertainers, movie stars, you name them, right? My question would be, why haven't we seen more of that type of funding coming back? You talked about the talented 10, right? Reach one, teach one, right?
Right, exactly.
But what has happened in our community, unfortunately, is that some of our best and brightest have climbed up the ladder, and when they got up the ladder, they pulled the ladder up.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. They pulled the ladder up, and they basically stood up there and was like, "Look at you, broke ass down there."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm standing on your neck, because we were driven for the riches that they knew was going to divide us. What did you call it? It's one of the words you give. It's like putting power in the wrong hands of you don't know what it's like to be in this, because you don't have infrastructure in place when they've had years and years of collaborative. You got to collaborate collectively as a people to oppress a people for the amount of time that you have, and everybody participated in it.
Right.
Like it was the thing that was normal was slavery and oppression, and like that was the fabric of this country, right? And everybody was a partaker in it for the most part, everybody. That was just what it was. That's how it went down. When the kids were born, the kids were taught this is how you, this is that, and finally it's almost like even with the educational system, they want to erase the history. You know what I'm saying? They want to call slave workers, they want to call slaves laborers. You know what I mean? And try to change the curriculum to where now this younger generation, that they don't want them to be taught that stuff, because they don't want you to desensitize them to the history that they've gone through. But this is my point. And what I said all that to say this. Here we are in a situation where we're surrounded by solutions. We just don't have the courage as a people and unity. And I think we're so far away from something Rochelle said earlier, back in the day, how we used to unify. Many of you guys have said it on the panel tonight. Man, it's unbelievable how if you look at how an MLK could formulate a walk or you know what I'm saying, a march on this and a sit-in and a bus boycott. And you got to factor this in, Brother Seeley. It wasn't no internet.
Right.
We have been given the ability to communicate with folks. I'm talking about thousands and thousands of people in a much quicker space, and we've only become further and further divided.
Right.
Information at our disposal at the fastest rate that it's ever been, yet we are so far away from one another. And I just don't see it. I don't. Not in my lifetime. I don't see it. I would love to be wrong. I just don't see it, because again, I keep telling you, for those that don't get it, I fell hook, line, and sinker because I saw it. I'm telling you, he had the blueprint and he had it. He could have made it happen. He could have literally, Deion Sanders could have did something. That man, now I don't know if he wanted that bullseye on his head, because it could have cost him. It could have cost him more than a couple toes, and I ain't trying to knock that, because when you start chipping away at the power structure, they can put a bullseye on your head and make you disappear type stuff. And I ain't trying to be, y'all know the history of this stuff, but that man had the ability to bring the NCAA down to his knees, because he could have sparked a movement that would have slowly continued to build if he really leaned into it. And he could have the money that they paid him wouldn't have even been close to what it could have been later. And you couple that with a legacy, and he would have been a pioneer that would have been of change. And I just, anyone that wants to sell the narrative that he made a change is just, you really just, he did some big time things while at Jackson State, but make a change? No, he didn't. And one could actually make the case that the goal of getting to where we would want to get to actually got pushed further away from us, because you gave a whole generation a visual of basically, why should I go? I said one can make that case. Right. Now I know some folks gonna come in the comment section and think that I'm saying something I'm not saying, and they ain't gonna do them, get blocked, because I ain't going back and forth with you. You know what I mean? So
to Sister Kim's point,
what'd she say? Let me see.
That sister that at the 12:54 mark, when you were answering her question, you started off answering her question, and when she ended, especially someone like me who's not an alum, I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound real simple. Sister Kim, one of the best things that you can do, particularly someone who may not be an alum of an HBCU, I don't know if you would say you're not an alum of an HBCU or you're not an alum of Jackson State. If you're saying you're not an alum of an HBCU, actually the most helpful thing that you can do is kind of what you're doing now, learning the history. Because I would say the most detrimental thing that has happened is that you've had false information perpetuated about Jackson State and HBCUs to and by Black people not connected to HBCUs who don't know enough of the history. So just learning the history either of Jackson State or learning the history of HBCUs, so that when you are with other people who are not alums of Jackson State or not alums of HBCUs, you can correct that misinformation. That, believe it or not, correcting misinformation is as powerful as donating money. Because if you can correct misinformation, it will make others more open to engaging with those very HBCUs.
This is actually the sad reality. This is actually the sad reality. Because when you see someone that had so much ability and influence to start a movement that could have changed the world, but settled for white acceptance.
But I do want to.
That's undeniable. I mean, somebody say, "Oh, no, that ain't white." Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And what I want to say is that all of that is true. Everything you guys are saying is true. But I do think that we need to also add this other caveat.
What's that?
Ashley Robinson did not hire him to be the savior of HBCUs. He hired him to win football games.
Well, the whole thing.
And here's what I mean.
What Ashley was, Ashley offered Dion an opportunity, a phenomenal opportunity. Right. Who they do have a great relationship. That's why I say, when I say this, I actually stand on the consequences of what somebody might feel some type of way of my action, of my words, and they may not want me to say it. But in order to tell the truth about our previous head coach, is you have to be willing to sacrifice the goodies that could come with having a relationship with him.
No, but see, my point though is that, and I'm not. Like,
I'm not even talking about your point. I was just saying, in conjunction with that, was what Ashley offered him was an opportunity to coach his son.
Right. Because you and I and other folks know the plan was always for TC to be the coach. See, that's the thing that people don't understand. Coach Taylor was on the staff a year before Coach Sanders got here.
He was going to replace John Hendrick.
Exactly. So I think that's the other part for which, and if people would
have, that was also a part of the stipulation to keep him and Coach O on that staff, because whenever Ashley knew Dion was gonna be here forever.
Right. Well, and that's my next point.
Yeah,
is that for 2 years, if we would have listened, if what we knew, but if other people would have listened to what A.D. Robinson said, he made it clear. There was a 4-year contract, but it was really a 2-year gentleman's agreement.
Facts.
He said he said for 2 years. Ashley said, I only asked Dion to give me 2 years.
Yeah, he did say
Which
that.
means that Ashley had already planned to make TC Taylor the coach 2 years.
That's now you talking about visionary. That our AD is definitely a visionary.
And so that's what people understood. Regardless of whatever the rhetoric was. And I tell people you have to separate Coach Sanders' rhetoric from Ashley Robinson's plan. Ashley Robinson's plan was, I'm going to get Dion in. I'm going to get some buzz. We're going to win some games. He's going to go on to wherever he's going, and we're going to have a great son of the school, great coach to take that momentum and lead us back to our complete greatness. That was always the plan.
You know what they're going to say? Well, if that's the case, then what y'all mad about?
We weren't, and again, we weren't mad. That's the point. If I said, go look at all of those platforms. The people who were initially upset were not Jackson State platforms, and Jackson State platforms only started responding to the misinformation.
The question is, was TC given an opportunity to go to college? I mean, yeah, absolutely. He's still tight with Coach Prime. Y'all do know Coach TC does not. There is no. We're not talking as if we're speaking on behalf of the coaches. They got a relationship with these guys. They ain't got no beef. We settled through all that other stuff. It fizzled out, and then it settled. The dust settled. So, anywho, Jerome, what you got, brother?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to quickly piggyback off of what Celie mentioned in response to Sister Kim, her question as far as what she can do, even though she's not an alum. It was that question is very reminiscent of a question that was posed to the late Kevin Samuels. There was a young brother that was on his podcast, and he said, I got these circumstances. What can I do to help Black people? He said, simply, you can marry a Black woman and make a bunch of Black babies. That's going to help the survival of our people. So to Kim, please be an advocate for Jackson State. Send your kids to Jackson State. Send the neighborhood kids to Jackson State. And that's for everybody else within the chat as well. I know Ken made mention earlier of the iPads that JSU students were getting. That only came about from a young alum who was working for Apple, I believe on the West Coast. He stepped up and became an advocate for Jackson State. So it's not just about giving your money and your time, but if you could be an advocate on your job, I know a lot of us have done that already in a mighty way, but become a top performer, create a great personal brand for yourself, good culture, and reach out to, it will be seen, trust me. And make sure that you advocate for Jackson State students when it comes to getting internships, advocate for the university. But that's how you can be of substance to this HBCU or JSU movement, is simply just being an advocate. Utilizing the research. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I mean, because I thought you had paused. It's that lag. I don't want anyone fussing at me for over talking. I was just going to say, in conjunction with that, you can also you can share this channel, which is designated for what we're doing. That's in conjunction with what Brother Jerome was just saying, because this is what we're gonna always tell it like it is, and we're never gonna shine, Jackson State in a negative light. We're gonna tell the truth though, but it ain't gonna be in a standpoint to where it can't be consumed in a healthy manner. But go ahead, bro. I didn't mean to jump in. I thought you had paused.
No, you're good, man. Hey, Ken, you mentioned a couple of things tonight regarding some things you're going through. I'm definitely praying for you. I've been praying for you on this call. I'm going to continue to pray for you. Everything's going to work out in your favor, man. I'm claiming that right now. And I want to thank you, of course, for inviting me on tonight. That's all I've got. Everybody on the panel and in the chat, you guys be blessed. Have a great holiday weekend, and be our love.
Absolutely, brother. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Yeah, as for me, this is the thing. I'll say this, and I'll be done with it. Timing of everything is right on time. There's a cause and an effect. Sometimes when you only get 24 hours in a day, you got to spend it however you're gonna spend it, right? When you're in a position where you organically building something and this thing catch, you like, man, this is fun, this is awesome. I love to do this more often, you know what I mean? And then you compare it to what you're doing, and don't get me wrong, I make a great living in the role that I'm in. I've been very transparent with what my intentions are. Of course, I would love to work for myself, but I got to replace my salary first. Can't just jump out there because we all got a belly, and I got kids that got bellies too, and that thing got to be full every 4 hours. You know what I'm saying? It's nonstop. So, but yeah, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate what Jerome just said. Appreciate any prayers or all that good stuff, man. I'm fine, man. I really am. I'm blessed, man. I'm in a position where it ain't about me, but I'm just saying I don't have any complaints. I don't want a whole lot, and I'm thankful to have this opportunity to do what we do, and it is what it is. So, like I say, EA, I'm familiar with the book. Is there a particular point that you want to make? Just
Yeah, like he had mentioned a book, said I needed to read it, and I was letting I was familiar with it, but I didn't know if there was something specific that either I'd said or something that either agreed or that he thought either agreed or disagreed with it. So I wasn't sure what he was. There something specific he wanted me to address about the book or not?
No, it's okay. No, we good. I don't man, listen, these conversations are tough because most people don't want to have them. It just we're always in this situation where we're fearful to have real dialogue because we are in positions where we've been we have to protect the little bit that we do have because we know that's why they had things in ethics, business ethics that talked about retaliation. You know what I'm saying? These different things are they're supposed to be parameters in place that's supposed to protect you so you don't get what I'm saying, blackballed because you spoke out or spoke your truth. And this is also the reason why my dad never worked for anybody. That dude worked for the IRS and then he just quit, And he was like, man, I'm gonna start my own business. Man, my daddy used to be in the middle of tax season, man. He stopped doing taxes and go paint a house. He was the jack of all trades, by the way. He'd go clean off a yard for some of the elderly church folk in the community, make a little money. You know what I'm saying? We had land up and going towards Canton, and we'll go cut the grass. He was just always just randomly just kind of jumped around or whatever. But the point I'm saying is that's I see why. Because he was the apple don't fall too far from the tree, My brother got the same gene, he worked for himself. My brother got his own. Shout out to my bro who, Clark Insurance originally, and got to get bro logos and information, plug it. But yeah, man, we got some work to do. Give us a synopsis, C. Lee, on the book. I guess what he's talking about.
So what the book does is, it's been a minute since I've read it. It essentially takes the works of Du Bois and some other leading scholars and argues that they were genetics and some other things, and they were essentially applying white standards as the measuring stick to what would make the proper type of Black person and Black family. They talk about these divisions that they have, and I'm like, yeah, sure. I said the only problem with the text is that it really only covers part of Du Bois. I can't speak for many of the other scholars, but it only covers parts of Du Bois because, as I said earlier, Du Bois, who was the father of Pan-Africanism, was also originally an assimilationist. So you can't talk about Du Bois's part of his life when he's just an assimilationist and not also talk about when he was a Pan-Africanist. It's like saying, I'm only going to discuss Malcolm X when he was out there robbing people, and I'm not going to talk about his religious conversion when he changed his life. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so that's so that's, but essentially the book is, and even saying that it's not a bad book, because what the book does highlight is the fact of there was always Black scholarship or Black leadership that attempted to say if Black people were more like white people, they could get ahead. And the only issue I have is that to tie that to Du Bois is to tell half the story of Du Bois. It's like, it would be the same thing if you said, well, we shouldn't listen to anything Marcus Garvey said because he got deported from America on tax evasion.
It was very incomplete, basically.
Right. So I mean, so I didn't know if that was part of that EA wanted me to, but yeah. So, but it's I would tell anybody, it's one of those books where I would say read that book only if you read the entire narrative arc of Du Bois's writings, and it's the same with Booker T. Washington, right? People have these flat, one-dimensional understandings of Booker T. Washington. So they want to sell you Booker T. Washington as an assimilationist or as a sellout or as not tough on that. And again, he had those flaws, but he was also an institution builder. So you can't tell one part of the Booker T. Washington story without telling the other part of the Booker T. Washington story. And I think that that's the problem is we often want to tell one part of one Black person's story because we tend to be less nuanced and complex in thinking about our own Black people than we do. We give white people more latitude to be flawed or to have a change in ideology than we give Black people to be flawed and to have a change in ideology.
Yeah.
So, but again, I would say to anybody, read the book because you do need to know that, those kind of ideas were out there, and it lets you know, it gives you an even greater appreciation once Du Bois becomes a Pan-Africanist to say, well, wow, how did he go from this to becoming the first Pan-African, becoming the father of Pan-Africanism? No, that's not because even in what they cite, Du Bois divides Black people into 4 different categories. So so that was not, at least for Du Bois. Now, of course, it becomes problematic when he's using these other structures. It's like, let me give a good example. It's like a lot of times when people will use the SEC to discuss the SWAC. Yeah, they both play football, but you have to understand that analogy is often flawed. So you could argue that Du Bois, in borrowing from some of those white standards and guidelines, were using certain standards and guidelines that were flawed, yet to say that Du Bois's scholarship was on Black people being inherently inferior, there's no way you can read the souls of Black folks and say that Du Bois thought that Black people were inherently inferior. Like let me put it this way. If any person reads the souls of Black folks and comes away with Du Bois thought that Black people were inherently inferior, I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to not trust your intelligence. There's no way you could get that after reading the souls of Black folk. And I would even argue if you read Washington's Up From Slavery, if you read Booker T. Washington's Up From Slavery, I would think it would be hard pressed for you to come back thinking that Washington thought that Black people were inherently inferior. I hope that makes sense, Brother George. Let me know if I'm making sense to you.
Yep.
So it's 121. So it's late even what Ken is, TD. Like it's usually just late for us.
Well,
Now it's late for Ken is.
22 Friday
See,
night. No, I'm finna actually go and watch TV till I fall asleep, man. I ain't got nothing going on other than, you know, I'm gonna just chill, man. It's 4th of July weekend. I'm off until Wednesday, so I'm gonna enjoy this time, man. But nevertheless, I appreciate everybody that contributed to the conversation tonight. It was an amazing conversation, as we knew, and it'll be ongoing. I mean, we're gonna stay close to the everything that's going on because they struck down the student loan forgiveness today as well. So I remember someone wanted you to speak on that slightly, CD, but that's a lot that we'll come back and we'll definitely we'll add some more meat to it. But the essence of what we're talking about, it ain't gonna go away no time soon, man. We got to unify. We got to stay unified. We got to stay active, stay busy, keep it going. You know.
Right. So I appreciate you and Brother TD and Zoe and Sister Rochelle. Brother George said, who pushed back harder against white supremacy? Brother George, my answer would be, I think that each one of them pushed against white supremacy in their own way. And I've never been one who says that Brother TD should fight against white supremacy in the same way that Brother Ken should fight against white supremacy. What I've always done was study people individually. And if you had something in your program of work that I thought was good, I would take that program of work and use it. So I've never been one I was never one who said, I'm going to choose the boys over Washington or Washington over the boys or Marcus Garvey over the boys or the boys over Marcus Garvey or Malcolm X over King or Farrakhan over Jesse Jackson. I never got into that bag of I think I need to choose this person over that person. What I would always do is look at each person's program of work and ask myself, what part of their program of work can I adopt and help to push forward? And that's like the best answer I can give, because all of those people had so many positive things in their program of work that why would I discount all of the good things they did because there are 2 or 3 things they did with which I didn't agree. Right. I hope that makes sense.
TD, you got anything before we get out of here?
Yeah, man, I just like to say appreciate you when come on. I enjoyed the show thoroughly. I hope we can continue to do this, continue to bond, continue to make that path and become one. So again, thank you guys. I hope you guys have a safe holiday weekend. And
stay safe, man. Hey, don't be trying to hold no fireworks in your hand either, man. Y'all do realize that firework incidents is one of the most just how many people lose fingers and hands and all kind of foolishness, man, behind.
It's not funny, Ken. When we was little, we had a friend do that. And so he ran around, when it popped in his hand, so he ran around like, hey, and for the rest of his childhood, we called him Fonzie. Hey.
That's indeed, man. Yeah, man. Got to be careful out there, man. Ken, over 5 hours, what that mean?
The stream.
Oh, man, it ain't but 4 hours and 23 minutes right now. We ain't at the 5 right now. You won't get me to do 5 unless we did 7, I think, for the me, Blue, and shucks, man. Nook for the NFL draft.
Right.
We waited, and then we didn't get a dadgum draft pick to the 7th round. Boy, they made us wait for that damn draft pick.
Right.
But it's all good, man. Appreciate everybody, man. I'm gonna go ahead and
all right.
And call it a day. So I fully expect to be super busy next week with the aftermath of people's dumb decisions. You already know it.
All right,
Thank
man.
you, everybody.
Have a good week.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Peace out, everybody. Great show, man. Amazing show.